Thank you, and I'd like to call the meeting of the April 11th, 2007 Planning Commission to order. Want to welcome you to the Planning Commission meeting. Can you hear me out there? I don't know if this is picking up. Okay, good. Just to let you know, the Planning Commission is made up of citizens appointed by the Town Council, and our role is to review planning and development applications and make decisions or recommendations on the applications. And as we consider each application tonight, we'll consider the proposal and how to evaluate it and how it fits into the fabric of our community and the high quality of life we have learned to live with here in Los Gatos. Our actions are guided by the town's general plan, zoning codes, and other standards and guidelines that have been adopted by the Town Council. And Mr. Suda, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Michichi, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Here.
Commissioner Sayak.
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell. Here. Vice Chair Kane.
Here.
Chair Talasfor.
Here.
And let the record reflect Commissioner Rice has an excused absence tonight.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Kane, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in speaking tonight, please fill out a speaker card that you'll find on the back rows of the seats that you're sitting in. And please give the card to Ms. Pettis, who's over recording our meeting tonight. Speakers are invited up to the podium before we begin the agenda of our public hearings to speak on any item that's not on that part of the agenda. And you will have 3 minutes to do that. As an applicant, you'll have 5 minutes to speak and then 3 minutes to rebut. And as a speaker on any item on that part of the agenda, you'll have 3 minutes. Also, to help us, if you would please, if you have a cell phone, would you please silence it in any way that is amenable to you? Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to minutes, and that would be minutes of March 28th. And before we begin, I did have a note. I'll be looking for approval of the March 14th minutes, but wanted to let the Commission know Citizen Ray had asked if at that meeting if we had under Commission matters, we had talked about having a review of a training almost of the DRC. And it was thought that there was a motion made, and I did check with the tape, and it was no motion. It was not a motion. I just listened to it. It was a consensus vote, and it was my suggestion. It was my suggestion, and it was a consensus vote of yes and of nods by the Commission members. So I wanted to clear that up. And I have a speaker for that, Citizen Ray?
Well, speaking to the issue of whether or not there was a motion and a second and a unanimous vote, I want to tell you, as an eyewitness to the subject discussion, I want to tell you there was a motion that came right out of the blue by the chairman. She moved, or whatever words you want to use, that there be an agendized discussion of the DRC by the Planning Commission. Then there was a second, and then an individual vote by each one of you, except Machichi, who wasn't here. And there was a unanimous vote in support of the direction taken, whatever you want to call it, motion, direction, approach by the chairman. So I want that on the public record so that anyone who questions this procedure will know was supported, it was initiated by the chairman. There was a second. I believe it was Mr. Bourgeois, but I haven't gone back to the tape, but I can do that. But why? Because each individual member was polled, and everybody took a second or two to think about it, and then they nodded in agreement. So everybody, unanimous. And I want the minutes to show that, because we're going to go forward and investigate exactly what's going on with this DRC, with the help of the Planning Commission. Do I have to say anything more?
No, you don't. Thank you
Thank
very much. The fact is that it will be on a future agenda, and the other fact is that I really only needed to have one other consensus vote from this commission to agendize it.
So what?
Okay.
And it'll be on
Moving
TV
on.
too, incidentally. The TV starts
Thank
next
you,
meeting.
Citizen Ray. Okay, moving on. I would need a motion then for our March 28th minutes. Commissioner Micciche will recuse himself.
I'll move the approval of the minutes.
I have a motion by Commissioner O'Donnell to
I'll
approve
second
the minutes and a second by Commissioner Kane. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes. Thank you. Okay. We have a written communication tonight, and it's at your desk with
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I could, that was for the March 14th,
No, March 28th.
that was the 28th?
The March 14th was just a note from me
Okay.
because
Thank
we
you.
were going to I was going to report back to the commission. We had passed those minutes already after we had, okay. Anyway, so this is just for your information, Town of Los Gatos community meeting regarding a potential police services building. Okay. And we also have a continuance request for Reservoir Road, Lot 2, Architecture and Site Application S-07-4. I'll need a motion on that to continue that. And Randy, did you want to give us any kind of clarification on that? Or commissioners, do you have any questions about that? None. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the continuance.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Kane and second by Commissioner Bourgeois. All in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? None. Passes. Okay, do we have any subcommittee reports? Commissioner Micciche.
Yes, the Historic Committee met 2 or 3 weeks ago. There were 3 or 4 items on the agenda. The only significant one that I want to report on was the 115 North Santa Cruz Avenue. The committee made a motion to endorse the concept of the paved parking lot on Wilder Avenue be eliminated and replaced with a residence more in keeping with the district, which was one of the items. They also found that the 2 buildings were consistent with the historic elements of the town, and then gave some advice on what might be done with the design. And it'll come before us at a later date.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone have a question for Commissioner Micciche? No. Okay, thank you very much. And welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a time for verbal communication from the audience, and I have one speaker card. Citizen Ray.
Yes, you can always count on one. There's always a minimum of 1 to speak, okay? In the public interest. And my first comment Wow, the mic is on. Wow. Hey, we're really cooking tonight. My first comment is to Mr. Machichi. Mr. Machichi has been absent for a number of meetings. Why, I don't know. I hope it was not his health. But, Mr. Machichi, I need to continue to remind you, that you should consider resigning, because your actions on the DeSantis matter, which put the whole of our gorgeous mountain in jeopardy, in my opinion and in the opinion of many, many others in this community. Incidentally, while you were gone, the DeSantis matter came full bore, and there was a hell of a crowd here of concerned citizens who were basically opposed to your position. So I think you really should take a look at yourself in the mirror and see what are you trying to do here besides serve your buddies on the development community, okay? Second,
Would you please address your remarks to me?
of course, that's what I'm doing. Through the chair. Now, Mr. McCain. Mr. Kane, I need to take you to task. Put your feet to the coals, okay, on the matter of the deal at the Old Flames restaurant, which you voted to support. You voted to support the developer's proposition, okay? And of course, you know, Mr. Kane, it was turned down on a majority vote by the Planning Commission. And what you did, Mr. Kane, you took a position right in the face of the general plan, LP 3.4, prohibit uses that may lead to deterioration of residential neighborhoods or adversely impact the public safety or the residential character of a residential neighborhood, LP 3.5. Assure that the type and intensity of land use shall be consistent with that of the immediate neighborhood, LP 7.1. New development along Los Gatos Boulevard must be designed in order to minimize adverse impacts upon adjacent residential communities. Don't you understand English, Mr. Kane? How could you throw the neighborhood to the wolves? How could you? And be a sitting member of the Los Gatos Planning Commission. So I urge you to think about your malfeasance while in office and consider the possibility of resigning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other audience cards, so we'll move on to consent calendar, and I have nothing there. Continued public hearings will be happening in just a minute. I would, if the commission would, if you just listen to me for a second, I would like to move the item number 6 under new other business, which is considered 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years July 1, 2007 to June 30th, 2012. I'd like to move that to item number 1 at the moment, and the reason is that we have a lengthy meeting tonight, and this is important that this get heard and move on to council. And Mr. Rouhani is here to give us that report, and if I see no objections, I think I would like to do that. Do I have an objection? Seeing none, I would like to do that. So, Mr. Rouhani, would you like to present your report?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I'm pleased to present to you the current and the proposed capital improvement projects for the upcoming fiscal year 07-08 and for the next 4 fiscal years that are programmed in today as a part of our capital improvement program. Department of Parks and Public Works has been actively involved in pursuing a number of projects on our parks, streets, facilities over this past year. We have quite a few projects that are completed or will be completed over the next 2 months. It's all documented in our budget. We've made serious strides on our parks through some grant funding that we have received from the state, improving a lot of our parks. We've done over the past year a lot of work in the downtown area and also our facilities, enhancing all of the town-owned facilities town-wide. For the upcoming fiscal year 07-08, I just want to highlight a couple of 2-3 projects that might be of interest. In addition to a lot of projects that we have that are ongoing, there are annual projects such as resurfacing of the streets, repairing retaining walls, replacing damaged curb gutter sidewalks. Those are ongoing projects that we do annually. But for the current fiscal year or the upcoming 07-08, a project that we are doing on a pilot project is to come up with a better understanding of the condition of the streets in the Almond Grove area. Those are, as you know, concrete streets, and by town code, they're historical, and they need to be replaced with concrete. Concrete's been, as you can imagine, extremely expensive, and those streets, there've been a lot of deferred maintenance haven't done to them, and we are going to do a project this year, sometime in the fall or winter, to do a pilot project, come up with different methodologies to fix and repair those concrete streets and see what is the best approach, what is the most economical way, least impact to the community. And with that in hand, as in we budget and plan for it in the future years, we can come up with a program to try to address the condition of the curbs, gutters, and also the streets on the Almond Grove area, and those are generally the area from Santa Cruz Avenue up toward the hillsides. And that, again, that's a project that's been long overdue, and we're going to pursue it in this coming year. Another project that would pretty much try to wrap up all of our downtown improvements is the improvements and reconstruction of Elm Avenue. Elm is a short, small street between University and Main, University and Santa Cruz Avenue, between parking lots 4 and 5. That is an old road, has been gone through a lot of deterioration over the years, and you can see patches. We do have a lot of foot traffic across that road. So with that, we can complete that. That would complete, the whole projects along University, Main, Santa Cruz, and parking lot 5 that was rebuilt last year. Also, one of our other projects that we are pursuing in trying to complete all of our downtown streetscape work is on Santa Cruz Avenue. We have a number of older street lights. We have the decorative lights, the teardrop looks that you've seen. When the initial streetscape project on Santa Cruz done about 3 years ago, some of those lights, their foundations were so unstable that we replaced completely. The rest of them, we left them in, the work was done, and we have done a study that, our study indicated that the foundations are good, the lights are stable, but in terms of the looks, they certainly they've deteriorated over many, many years. They need to be painted. Also, the fixture of those lights are, that manufacturer is no longer in business, and we plan to replace those heads with a functional and a modern head. By modern, I mean a newer style, but same look and feel. This is a similar approach that we used on Main Street last year. If you notice, Main Street from Santa Cruz all the way to College has the lights look new. We have refurbished, rewired them, rewired the poles, pulled new wires, and also replaced the fixtures. So they will be good for quite a few years to come. In summary, again, those are some of the highlights. We will continue to actively pursue projects through the staff and through the funding that we have available, through the town, through the grant opportunities, and through some of the joint ventures we've done with our neighboring cities. We're doing Highway 9 projects as a joint effort between Los Gatos, Montesrino, and Saratoga. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioner, if you do have questions, I'd love for you to ask them. The other thing is, what we could do at the end of your question, if you would like to suggest that the town maybe set up, if you see a priority with any of the projects that are in this program report, if you would like to suggest that to the council as a priority, we could certainly have that transmitted to the council. We can't vote on it, but we could recommend something like that. So if you, besides your questions, would like to suggest a priority, please feel free to do that. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. my question is actually along those lines, and I'd like to understand a little bit about how these projects are prioritized. For example, the Parks projects, what's the role of the Parks Commission and recommendations, and for the Public Works, who sets those priorities?
The Parks project, and specifically, as you mentioned, it is a kind of a joint effort between the staff at the Public Works and also the Parks Commission, where we sit down, come up with a list of deficiencies that we have at the parks. Again, we have a discussion with the Parks Commission and essentially jointly prioritize the list of those projects. Then we have to pursue funding. For the past 3 years, town has been working with the state Proposition 12 and Proposition 40 Parks Grant Funds, and primarily all of our parks projects are funded through that. We received several $100,000 grants, and we have continuously been upgrading our park facilities from bathrooms, from trails, from turf areas, irrigation. Bachman Park irrigation, for instance, right now, that project is under design, and we plan to have it installed by fall. So that is the kind of the procedure, but it's a joint effort with the staff and the commission.
But what about the more Public Works, sidewalks, street resurfacing? How is that strictly staff prioritizing those?
That's the staff. That's the staff, along with discussions that we have with the Transportation Commission. But so those are prioritized in that fashion.
I have a follow-up question to that. Speaking of, I know you mentioned Almond Grove,
Yes.
and I know Hernandez Avenue is also on your program report for, what would I say, filling in of the culvert
There's
that's
a
there and
drainage,
putting
yeah.
in sidewalks and gutters. Thank you for doing that. But I also, Glen Ridge Avenue you did not mention, and it's come to my attention because I drive it almost every day, that the cement is, and I brought a picture, not that you needed it, but just to let you know I was there. And I'll pass that on. But how will that be addressed? Because I would hate to lose the concrete because it gives it its, character.
Well, again, Glen Ridge Avenue, among other streets, when I talk about the Almond Grove in general, that includes Glen Ridge.
Oh, does it?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, no, all of them. And again, for many years, really, no proactive maintenance has been done to these roads because of just the difficulty in addressing issues with concrete roads. Their base on a lot of them is really deteriorated. We've done on Broadway, you might have seen last year, a section of it was just so bad we had to get a contractor to do a small patch, and those are very expensive. So our approach is to come up with some techniques, working with some contractors that, short of the simple answer, well, let's take everything out and replace it with concrete, that would be extremely expensive. So we want to be creative and also look at all the options, because we really have to address that. And again, once we have those possibilities, we will look to funding with the town and other opportunities that we get. But
Another question I had, there's an awful lot of, development up in that area, and there's a lot of heavy-duty construction trucks. Not for anything, but just for the benefit of the street or that section of the street, so that it doesn't get any worse, especially where these two places are. Is there any way that trucks over a certain weight could be restricted from driving that area? It's only just a section of Glen Ridge. I'm sorry? No, okay.
Weight restriction, it is a method that's used by agencies to prevent vehicles from crossing certain structures. We have it on Roberts Road Bridge.
Oh, you do? Okay.
We have signage and systems in place to prevent heavier trucks from crossing the bridge. Enforcement is a main issue. I think putting signage out there, certainly anybody can put sign, but enforcement is a real challenge, not only for us but for any other municipality. So that's really going to be the difficulty of putting weight restriction on roads. On Glen Ridge, again, and other roads that you mentioned, a lot of those roads, their condition is to a point that some of these weight restrictions or other measures should have been done long time ago. Right now, those roads are really need rehabilitation. So I don't think putting a weight restriction on it and trying to come up with a method to reinforce it is.
Okay. Could you patch it temporarily?
Yeah, I mean,
It's quite a,
this particular one, we're going to take a look at it. And what's happening, because it's concrete, we don't patch it with asphalt. So, again, it's a little bit different methodology, but we have our maintenance crews that we have a work program to.
well, thank you for your
Sure.
effort. Commissioner Kane, you had a question.
Mr. Rahani, one of the items on the program 0614, Highway 9 safety requirements, I don't know how to phrase this, would that be one of your top priorities?
Yeah, actually, the Highway 9 safety is a project that we are working as we speak. I mentioned is a joint effort between our sister cities, Saratoga and Montserrat. Los Gatos is the lead agency, which we are working with Caltrans. We've been working on that project since November of last year. Through many meetings, there was a subcommittee of council members from each city and Los Gatos who joined with the community as we worked through the issues and questions. The project the design is completed. We are going through the permit process with Caltrans. The construction of that project and improvements is planned for this summer, actually.
That's what I read in the report, from the summer to the fall.
Yeah.
We can't bring it up to the spring to the fall?
No, as much as I would love to, there's a certain process that we go through Caltrans in terms of their approval process. It's a lengthy process, and that it just takes time. But right now, our plans are over at Caltrans, and we're working with the Caltrans staff to expedite it to the extent possible. But realistically, it's going to be probably early summer before we get underway construction.
My second item concerns the Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard safety program for lights and controlling the traffic. It's item 11XX in the report, Los Gatos Boulevard, Lark Avenue intersection improvements. I think it's obvious, but I just wanted to say that there is a pending PD application and the request for a mitigated negative declaration on 15200 Los Gatos Boulevard, which is right there at the intersection. And there may be some driveway movement. There may be some traffic concerns that ought to be considered before other plans are committed to. I think they need to dovetail. Whatever is being done with 15200 could cause a change to, possibly cause a change to what you envision doing to that intersection right now.
On that particular project, that is one of our more long-range projects. Lark Avenue, Los Gatos Boulevard, its capacity is always, we look at it when there is a development, and not only specific to the project, but also the cumulative effect of a development to that intersection. And there's the long-term plan is to include another left turn from Lark Avenue into Los Gatos Boulevard going northbound. So that intersection would have to be reconfigured. The report that was prepared and staff has looked at it for the project you mentioned at 15200 Los Gatos Boulevard, and its impact to the intersection would not trigger adding that additional lane to the intersection. However, if other projects are done, such as, let's say, something happens at the North 40, that would trigger more major improvements to that intersection. So that's why the project is on our long-range.
Project has not been approved per se. It's been sent back for redesign.
I understand.
And there may be another traffic study done. It seems to be that it will result in a traffic impact.
Certainly, again, so far, based on the study that has been done, and we've looked at it, the impact of that project in its current scope would not trigger, the left turn that I mentioned to the intersection. However, if the project is redesigned and rescoped and another study is done, we'll certainly take that into account.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Sayoc.
Mr. Rouhani and I briefly discussed trails and bikeways prior to the meeting and wanted to share that conversation with my other commissioners. When reading the plan, I noticed that there was nothing specific in here that discusses alternative transportation, yet our general plan does place significant importance to that. I think there are 4 goals that I had counted. So the question I had for Mr. Rouhani was, does the fact that there's no specific mention in this plan indicate that none of our policies and implementing strategies about alternative transportation, does that mean that will not happen in the next 5 years?
Right. Regarding the items that was mentioned, we deal with those things on a project-by-project basis. In Los Gatos, certainly when there's a new development taking place, let's say a subdivision on some parts of the town where, because of the specifics of the site, we will look at it in terms of putting improvements for pedestrian, bicyclists, and all that. The town itself has a lot of older roads. It's pretty much built out. So on our major arterials, we always try to have bike lanes, especially on the roads on Winchester Boulevards and others than that. Other projects, as we address them project by project and project come up, we will try to incorporate certainly pedestrian and bicycle elements into the discussion. A project that we just finished was on Blossom Hill Road from University Avenue to Roberts Road, and that project we built a sidewalk and we added bicycle lanes on both sides of the road. So the type of projects that general plan discuss are more global, and we try to address them on a smaller project because we just don't have the funding and capacity to do the larger scale projects to add, let's say, bike lanes or certain facilities to some of our roads. There's a lot of complications with those.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Suda.
If I could just tag on to Mr. Rouhani's answer, those general plan policies that speak to alternative transportation are also part of why the town became so actively involved with the VTA in their community bus system, that pilot program that launched about 1.5 years ago. The town spent a tremendous amount of staff time working with VTA, encouraging VTA to use the town of Los Gatos as the first community bus program. We are the pilot program for a system that they are considering rolling out to cities, certainly throughout the West Valley and then possibly throughout the county as a whole. So that certainly was a driver and an impetus on why the staff and the council got so involved so early in that bus program.
Thank you very much for that information. Do I have any other questions? No. Okay. I do have a speaker card. Citizen Ray.
One of the things that I don't understand about Mr. Rouhani's presentation is what's the limiting effect of funding, or is there one? You know, we just recently had a statement by a sitting member of the town council to the effect that the town reserves amounted to $18 million. I heard that and I said, the man either doesn't know what he's talking about or he's lying. Sure enough, I checked with Conway, the business manager, and the reserves presently today are $66 million. Quite a difference from 18 mil, okay? So I hope you understand, Mr. Rouhani, the beautiful financial position we have. And I hope this poor-mouthing that goes on falsely is not part of your projection, engineering-wise, okay? And I want to bring to your attention relative to sidewalks, and I talked with you earlier. There was a resolution by the town council some 4 or 5 months ago to the effect that in May of this year there would be a master plan for to replace the non-existent sidewalks all around our schools, okay? And to really make the safe route to schools more than just empty words, okay? So I hope you understand the importance the community feels about this. And I will be reporting to the school board immediately. And you've just told me tonight there's a new target date. It's been shifted from May to June. Well, that's reasonable if there's a good reason. You say you've hired now a outside firm to do all the work. Well, that's perfect. Poor Mr. Fletcher doesn't have to be a one-man gang doing everything. So, are you listening, Mr. Fletcher? Well, smile. All right, better. So anyway, and missing sidewalks, there's a section of sidewalk opposite the school, Los Gatos Elementary, okay, that has two 8-foot sections missing totally. And the sidewalk goes to Bagley Field. Hundreds and hundreds of kids, parents, and grandparents use that sidewalk as getting from the parking lot to Bagley Field. And it's been sitting there, a mess, for all these years. Now you're a brand new acting guy, so maybe you can get on it. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Anytime.
Citizen Ray, thank you. Okay, Commissioners, I think I said before we have a rather lengthy agenda. I would just like to say what I plan on doing is at around 10:15, seeing where we are on the agenda, and then perhaps stopping and assessing what we should be doing, because we have 4 items, and 2 are long, 2 could be long. I don't know. We'll assess where we are and then advise the applicants at that time as to whether we would continue their items or not. We are, oh yeah, we are. I'm sorry. I moved right ahead. See, I'm lengthy and I'm trying to move this along. I got distracted. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Yes, we will need thank you. We will need a motion on this, on the Community Improvement Program draft that we'll send on to council. And if you have any priorities that you would like to state, now would be a good time to do that.
I will move that we find the projects as discussed and as reported to us consistent with the general plan, the Hillside specific plan, and the Central Los Gatos redevelopment plan.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner O'Donnell to approve, and Commissioner Sayoc.
To the maker of the motion, would it be acceptable to you to add a recommendation to look at perhaps playing with the language so that bike trails and the importance of alternative transportation be highlighted a little bit more?
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Can we recommend approval with the condition that draft look at incorporating some language to show a project that might highlight bike trails?
I don't have a second at the moment. but
Right, I was going to say, we need a second, and then maybe
I'll
we could add a
second the
condition.
motion.
Okay, the
I
second.
have no objection.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner O'Donnell, second by Commissioner Machici to send this on to Town Council for approval, and a condition. And would you please state your condition again, Commissioner Sayoc? Thank you.
If the condition could state that staff will review the policies and implementing strategies that pertain to general plan language on trails and bikeways and alternative transportation, and see if a project can be incorporated into one of the identified projects already listed.
And you would like that highlighted?
Mr. Rouhani had mentioned that in some of these projects that's very specific, they add on projects such as bike trails. And so if there's some way that we can highlight one of these projects so that.
May I make a suggestion?
Commissioner O'Donnell, yes?
I made the motion, and I do believe it is consistent, but as I understand the suggestion is that we find it consistent, but we would invite the council to look at it further to try to highlight your concern. But that does not detract from our finding of consistency. But we're adding that.
Sure.
And I have no problem with that.
Okay, does that work?
Yes.
Okay,
Thanks for
we have
that.
a motion, a second, and a condition that we all agree with. Okay, I will call the question now. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
And opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Rahani. That was very complete. I thought that the program report was really interesting. I liked reading it, actually. Thanks. Okay. Commissioner Kane has just told me of your suggestion, Commissioner O'Donnell, and that is,
Why don't I just make a motion?
okay, thank you. Second motion.
We recommend the town council approve the 2000 and 2008 to 2011 to 12
12.
plan.
Capital improvement plan, I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion to approve that the town council approve the community improvement program report. Capital improvement program report, thank you. And I have a second from Commissioner Kane. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? None. Okay, motion carries. It is now recommended that the town council go ahead and approve this. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. All right, now I can move ahead, correct? I haven't forgotten anything else. Okay. Our next item up for discussion and presentation is 15350 Siouxview Drive. It's architecture and site application, and I'm going to ask Mr. Suda to give us a report on this application relative to the hillside design and land use matters. And would you also review with us the new information that triggered a remand of this application back to us from the town council, addressing areas 2, 9, and 7? And anything else you might like to add?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hackett,
Yes.
do you want to sit down for a few minutes?
Okay.
Well, I'll call you up when it's appropriate, okay? Thank you.
As the commission will recall, this applicant is requesting approval of modifications to a previously approved architectural and site application relating to grading and landscape improvements that were completed without permits. This item was continued from the Planning Commission meeting of March 28th, 2007. It was continued after the applicant's presentation and after the commission asked questions of the applicant. At that time, the commission did not take public testimony and continued the public hearing to this meeting. Behind you, staff has put a site plan on the wall that highlights in red where the previously approved locations of the retaining walls were. So those are shown on red on the site plan in the upper left under item 2. And the walls shown in black are the walls that the applicant has constructed and is seeking approval.
Could the minutes reflect that the commission has not seen this until at this meeting, correct?
You have seen the site plan. We just colorized it for you.
So that we're all looking at it. All right, thank you.
In addition, in the packet, there are additional letters from a neighbor of the project and an additional letter from Charles Killian, who's an attorney for Mr. Hackett. Just to recap, this application was previously denied by the Planning Commission last year. The applicant appealed that decision to the town council. At that time, the applicant submitted additional information, including colored renderings depicting what those retaining walls would look like once landscaping is planted. That information was not available to the Planning Commission at your first public hearing. That was presented to the town council. Based on that information and the package of information that was submitted to the council remanded the matter back to the Planning Commission. The bulk of that information that was presented to the Planning Commission and some additional information is included in the package that Mr. Hackett and Mr. Killian prepared and submitted to you at the last meeting. In summary, the Planning Commission report identified 5 areas of that warranted particular Planning Commission study. The first is the entry walls along the driveway. The second are 3 retaining walls that are on the east side of the swimming pool. The third area in the staff report are the retaining walls and a planter wall that are closer to the east property line. And then the fourth area is the grape arbor or the pergola that exists on the east side of the house. Again, there are some additional modifications that were made, for example, modifications to the driveway area and to an equipment pad that staff believes are minor. So again, the major issues, the major changes for the Commission's consideration of the entry walls, the retaining walls on the east side of the pool and near the east property line, and the pergola that was constructed on the east side of the house. And that concludes my report.
Okay, we'll have questions of the Commission now. And also, Commissioners, if you visited the site, please indicate that as well. Commissioner O'Donnell.
One of the members of the public who wrote us a letter, Mr. Gorovitz, alleges that 10 to 15 feet of fill was brought in on the property. Do you have any comment as to the accuracy of that?
At one point, there was fill that was brought onto the property. I believe Mr. Parsons can speak to this. Some of that has been removed. That fill is inconsistent with the approved plans. Mr. Parsons?
The fill you're referring to is adjacent to a masonry, to a structure that was approved as a masonry fence, and that depth of fill was 5 feet roughly. I believe the fill that you're referring to in the question is 15 feet generally across the site, and that's not something that staff is aware of.
Would you like to follow up? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner O'Donnell.
When I was out there this morning and I was looking at the swimming pool area, for example, it looked like fairly extensive grading and possibly fill there. Are you saying that your view of that premises does not indicate that?
It does not. There looked like there may have been a little bit of fill around the very edges closer to the driveway below, but not in the pool area itself.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Bourgeois?
I have a kind of a process question. When this was remanded back to us by council, there are specifically there are 9 items, I believe, that were constructed and not permitted. And are we tonight to go through each 9 and make a recommendation based on that? That was my understanding of what council's direction was. Is that correct?
Partially. What the council was interested in is that that the commission provide explanation for the actions that they take. As you'll recall, when this item was first heard by the Planning Commission, the commission denied it in toto. What the council is asking is that you look at them individually and determine which ones of these should be approved, which ones should be denied. If in fact you believe some of them should be approved and some should be denied, you may reach the same conclusion that all of them are not acceptable, all of them should be denied. What the commission or council is specifically looking for is that you articulate those reasons addressing each one of those items.
And again, just the only ones that staff has an issue with are the 4 that you raised originally.
Right.
Thank you. And then I should disclose also that I visited Mr. Gorovitz's property. There was some discussion or debate over his view, and I wanted to see it for myself, so I went out Monday, I believe, after work to look. So I wanted to disclose that.
Okay, thank you. I have another, this would be a direction from the staff. At the September 13 Planning Commission meeting, I remember that Mr. Lortz, he was president at that time, said that the commission ought to focus on what would have been approved if proper application had been made. Mr. Suda, would you agree with that? statement?
I would agree with that. What the staff does on applications like this, we always ask the question, and we've stated this in the Planning Commission report, we ask the question, would you have approved this had the applicant come before you in the proper procedure and asked for approval prior to the construction?
Okay, thank you. Okay, commissioners, with that, I'll call up the applicant, and that's Mr. Hackett.
One question more.
Oh, one question more from Commissioner O'Donnell.
Right. Before we move forward, Commissioner Bourgeois raises a question that the council talked about 8 or 9 items. Staff talked about 5, but essentially reduced it to 4. If the council's interested in 8 or 9 items, perhaps we should identify the additional items that you have not considered of the council's concern important to you. Can you tell us what additional concerns the council had?
They're listed on the last paragraph of page 3 from the March 28th report. Specifically, there's a trellis modification. There's areas 2 and 9 that involve modifications to the driveway, and then also there's a equipment pad, mechanical equipment pad that has been constructed.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Through the chair, if I may, there's
Yes.
also a very good list in Exhibit G. There's a letter from Mr. Killian that enumerates all 9 very clearly in order, so we don't have to go back and forth.
Commissioners, would you like to refer to that, if that will help? And then, Mr. Suda, at the end, when we do make motions, do we have one motion for everything, or each item should have its own motion? How would you suggest I don't know what's going to happen, but.
There's several different ways the commission could approach that. You could do one motion on everything if you can put together such a motion. Second approach would be to informally to take each item one at a time, poll the commission on where they stand on each one of those items, reach a consensus on each item, go through that for all 9, and then package it up into one master motion addressing all 9 of those. And the last alternative is you could take an individual motion on each one formally, and then one motion for approval or denial, incorporating all those other motions. So there's several different ways you could do this.
Okay, I would advise you to advise us when we get to that point if we need to have that. Thank you. Okay, and I'm seeing Mr. Charles Hackett. When you're at the podium, would you state your name, please, for our records and your address?
My name is Charles Hackett. I live at 15,400 Siouxview Drive. I would like to answer a couple of questions that came up by the members here. One is that the certification that Sandy is handing out right now tells you that the house was positioned where it was supposed to be at the proper elevation. I believe that either engineering has a copy of that letter, but they've had that for probably 2 years. So the house is where it's supposed to be at the right elevation, number one. Number two, there has never been any dirt brought onto that site that was used for fill. The only dirt brought into that site was planters mix, which was put behind the retaining walls, and the decomposed granite, which was put under the pergola. I spent approximately $40,000, and I have canceled checks which go to the Guadalupe landfill and also the trucking companies, where we exported probably 500 yards of fill. So I can guarantee you there was never any fill brought to the site. To more or less put your mind at ease, if you look at the packet of photos that I just gave you, and if you look at photo number 1, Photo number 2 and photo number 3. Photo number 1 is the day that we broke ground to dig out to put the foundation on the site. Photo number 2 is just shows you further progress on that particular chore. And if you're looking back by that tractor, you'll see that there's an oak tree back there. And if you visited the site, you will know that that oak tree is at the same elevation today as it was when this photograph was taken in 2004, in July of 2004. And that Suzanne Davis has in her files also pictures which are probably a couple of months earlier than this, which shows you this, that the elevation of the lot. The lot was flat. The lot was cut flat about 40 years ago. And when we went in, we took additional dirt away, so there's been nothing raised, and I can verify every bit of that. Picture number 3 simply shows you the forms that are being put in there and the concrete piers in the ground, and it also shows you, so we're setting a large water tank in the southeast corner of the property. So I will, and also I have watched the video of the City Council meeting January 16th several times, and I've taken notes from that. The direction by the mayor was that most of the items, of the 9 items, that could be handled by staff at the town of Los Gatos. That's why I'm assuming you're down to 4 items, because they have said they had no problem with all of those items. They have no problem, as far as I know, with the 3 lower retaining walls or the upper retaining wall either. It's just that they wanted you to look at those. Okay. So I would like to review the 4 items that are before the Planning Commission tonight. Of the 4, only 1 requires an exception, and that's the one that, about the pergola that's in the setback. To start off with, the first item is entry along driveway. That's where the people drive up through that area to get to their home. I'd like to say that particular entry is about a half a mile from a city street. It is 200 feet inside of the property line. It's an area that will not be viewed by anybody other than the guest of the people who own the property or the people who own the property. Regarding hillside guidelines, page 42, item number 2, fences and walls shall not exceed 6 feet. Our fence will be under 6 feet. The road, we graded out when it was wet and rainy, so that's depressed now, but when it's up to where the engineer has set the topo for the road to be, that'll be about, I think, 14 inches taller than it is. The walls will end up being less than 6 feet. The walls that I have approval for that are approved, which are right next to them, if you can look at...
Mr. Hackett, you go ahead and finish your statement, and then perhaps the Commission has questions for you.
Okay. There's a photograph in your packet under 1 and 1A, which is from the original packet put together by Mr. Killian, and that will show you a wall with an indentation in it, and then also one adjacent to it, which has a flat top. The one with the indentation was approved to be a 6-foot wall, constructed of concrete block filled with concrete and rebar, and stuccoed over the top. The same as the other walls that I built. We went back to Suzanne Davis at planning, or at the staff.
Can you wrap up quickly?
And we asked her if we could modify that particular wall, and she said yes, because I didn't want both walls to look the same going into both houses. So you want some kind of change in that. So those were approved. The next one is number 2, which is the 3 retaining walls. The 3 retaining walls, 2 of them were approved by the Planning Commission. The 3rd one I added without a permit. So 2 of them are permitted. They were taller than the ones that we have presently. We have installed 3 walls, which are all shorter, and your hillside ordinances ask that when you're going up a steep slope to use smaller retaining walls spaced 3 feet together or apart or more, and we have done that. Number 3 is the upper retaining wall and planter. This is an area that we had removed some dirt. We flattened the area out. We put the retaining wall in there. That retaining wall was also approved. We kind of moved that a little bit north, and we extended that wall and followed the contours as the guidelines from the hillside suggest. All of every area behind all of the retaining walls has a tremendously good way to get excess water out. There's all these pipes underneath which drain all the excess water out. That we've backfilled all of those with topsoil. We have put in automatic sprinkler systems or irrigation systems into all those areas. By doing this, we hope to eliminate the erosion that was possible by having the 2 lower retaining walls. And as you remember, we have these 2 pictures here. One shows one without any vegetation at all, which is a little bit remote, and one shows it with lots of vegetation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hackett. I'm going to hold you to that.
If I can answer Mr. Kane's question that he asked last week, if I could.
Well, why don't we let him ask it again?
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I'll take questions now.
all right. Do we have questions of the applicant, Mr. Kane?
I'd like an answer to my question from last week.
I like that. Thank you very much. Last time we were before you, you asked the landscape architect about this hill here, which had no vegetation on it at all, and it was this is just to get everybody's attention that the soil is not very productive, and there was some discussion of whether or not the soil up there was very, very good. This is also a picture of my driveway. This is the hill along the driveways you drove in to my house. You'll see these plants that we put about 350 plants on the hillside a year and a half ago. We've had to replace 20% of them, and you can see that they're not doing very well. So we weren't trying to pull your leg when we talked about soil that was not very productive on top of that knoll. So this is the proof of the pudding, the same piece of property, the same soil. Okay?
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other questions? Seeing none, we'll have you back up. I do have speaker cards on your application, and I will call those people right now. First one is Mr. Robert Stewart. Would you please come up?
My name's Robert Stewart. I live at 1133 Fairview Avenue. I was originally an employee of Stephen Arnold Civil Engineering, who did the original design for the project. And it was appropriate that I continue as a civil engineer on the project because I was knowledgeable about some things. I don't really have anything to add, but I'd be glad to answer any questions you have regarding structural or civil engineering issues.
Say thank you.
I don't think we have. Oh, we do have a question. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I guess the question I have is, as you were doing this, did you have reference to the original approved plans?
As we were doing this,
As I understand it, this was a work in progress. Things got changed from what was approved. I take it you were aware of what was approved,
I was aware of what was approved.
and you changed things.
I didn't change anything personally, no.
You were aware changes were being made?
I was called out to do inspections of the walls when they were constructed.
And did you notice they were different than the approved walls?
I did, and also the city was called out to inspect the walls, and they approved them as well. When I was aware that the city building inspectors approved the walls, I thought it was okay. I was under the impression that those walls were approved.
Sorry, Mr. Suda, would you like to clarify that for us?
We don't have any building permits on files for those walls, so I'm not sure what they were inspecting.
Thank you.
Well, I know for a fact that Lars Kolnes, the general contractor for the project, did call for inspections for those walls as he constructed them, and city building inspectors did come out, inspect the walls, and did approve them. There should be records in your files showing that.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have fairly simple experience, so you can help me on this. Many times when they come out and inspect something, they check off what they're inspecting on a posted permit or something like that. Are you saying that occurred here?
I really wasn't present when the actual inspections occurred.
Well, then how do you know it was approved?
Well, the contractor told me that it was approved.
Oh, so you don't know?
It was, I guess, just knowledge that the contractor told me that the walls were approved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions for this speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and Ian Felix? Excuse me, Ian Felix is next. You'll have a chance to come back up during the rebuttals.
Ian Felix, I live at 15333 Kennedy Road. My home is equal distance from Mr. Hackett's current residence as well as the new property he's building at 15350 Sioux View. I moved into my home in 1998, and within 6 months of moving in, instantly had headlights flashing into my family room and kitchen area. Went over and talked with Mr. Hackett and tried to work with him towards finding a solution to stop those headlights from going into my home. We tried planting shrubs and bushes between our two properties. Unfortunately, we have a great oak canopy and the deer in our area, so nothing would grow. And then Mr. Hackett went to work on creating this new home and came to me with the idea of putting the fence walls between our two properties. When he started it and he approached me, we went through the design concepts that he had. And even during construction, I was on the site with Mr. Hackett working on the heights of the walls to make sure that those headlights didn't go into my home anymore from both his current property as well as the new home that he's building. We worked on the heights to make sure the lights wouldn't come in, and we also tried to make it aesthetically pleasing to both of us. I heard at the last planning commission that I came to, that I was here till 11:30 at night, a suggestion that a wood fence be put up between our two properties. I invite any of you to my home during a rainstorm. We typically get 70 to 80 mile-an-hour gusts up at our home. A wooden fence wouldn't last more than about a year or two up there. In conclusion, Mr. Hackett's been a very responsible neighbor. He's always worked with me to try to solve problems that we have between our two homes and to try to maintain the privacy to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd like to just maybe understand the specifics of where and how you're impacted. So you said your address was Kennedy Road?
Correct.
So you come in from the south side.
The back of my house looks into the front of those two homes.
Okay, so which approach is the headlight? Is it Sioux View or is it from Kennedy?
Sioux View.
It's from Sioux View. And so if I wish we had a plan set for you, but
when you come up Mr. Hackett's driveway, his lights go directly into the back of my home, which is my family room.
So what's critical for preventing that would be the wall on the right side of the road?
That's number one. Number two is with the new home, the way the driveway is curved around, when a car comes out of the new home, those headlights again face into my family room.
And so that would be the wall along the south perimeter.
It's the driveway that goes out to the new house.
It'll be to the car's left at that point when they're pulling out.
When they're pulling out from the home, going down to the driveway.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Sure. Anything else?
Hey, do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, and I would like to call Mr. Bob Olson.
Hi, I'm Bob Olson. I own the property at 15300 Sioux View, which is directly above Mr. Hackett's house. Our backyard and pool area looks directly back into the east side of Mr. Hackett's house. He has done the retaining walls, which are very nice. Also, he has done the arbor, or the pergola, which you guys were talking about. It's done very nicely, and the best part of it is it's a privacy issue, not only for us, but for him. If the arbor wasn't there, we would be able to look from our backyard area and pool area right into the bedroom area of his house. So I very much appreciate his design and his diligence in doing that. Also, Mr. Hackett has approached me many times on trying to come up with a landscape plan for between our properties, and we're trying to work on that right now. Thank you.
Do we have any questions of the speaker? I have one as well. Commissioner, are you aware that that arbor that he did construct, he did without a permit?
I was not aware at the time. No,
Okay.
I was not.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I just want to make sure I understand. Your house is behind his house?
On the east side of, you've been to the property, correct?
I was there this morning.
Okay, where the arbor is,
Right.
there, if you look up above the arbor towards the east is, there's a retaining wall and the property line fence, and my property and backyard and pool area is right there.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where it was that you were standing on your property that you could see down into his house, because I know it wasn't right at the property line.
Correct, it's just above the property line fence, and
So are you saying if you were standing on the far side of the pool, looking over and down, you could see his house?
yes.
But you couldn't see it from your house?
I cannot see the arbor from sitting in the house, no.
Because I couldn't see your house at all.
No, you cannot.
So the only privacy issue is if somebody goes to the edge of your property and peers over, they might see a house.
Correct, and that's our view side when people would have parties or something like that, or children, at the pool, they could possibly look into the house.
Okay, a follow-up question. So when you're on your side of the property and against that fence, and I've been up there, how far, where are you standing to have to look over? Do you have to get on your tiptoes, or how high is that wall?
My wall on my property?
Your wall.
It's approximately probably anywhere from 5 to 6 feet.
So to look down into the property, you would have to either be a very tall person or get on a chair?
No, from the property, from the backyard area, it's only 2 feet from the lawn and pool area to the top of that retaining wall that you see from Mr. Hackett's. Okay, I'm standing, the wall comes to here.
Okay.
6 feet down below and down to Mr. Hackett's house.
Okay, thank you. Question, Commissioner Sayoc.
You mentioned your pool area. Can you describe your backyard? And the distance between your pool to the edge of the property where you can look down?
From the pool to the edge of the property line or to the wall?
To the wall.
To the wall, it varies. The pool, I'd say probably about anywhere from 12 to 15 feet.
Commissioner Sayoc, do you have a follow-up? Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Charles Killian?
That's okay. I'll wait until rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay. Alex Gorovitz. Did I say that correctly? Gorovitz, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Also brought some pictures for commissioners to look at. And the small pictures are actually before and the lateral.
Excuse me, can you please talk into the mic? Thank you very much, and state your name and
My name is
address.
Alex Gorovitz. I live at 15335 Kennedy Road, top of the Hill Road. The picture I brought, the large ones are recent. The other ones are probably a few months old. And they actually will show that the dirt behind that wall was filled to the rim of that wall, which is 8.5 feet tall at certain points. The applicant had a permission to build a 50-foot wall, 5 foot tall. Ended up almost as a 300-foot wall with points of 8 feet and above in height. I put a person that's almost 6 feet tall in the picture next to that wall, and you can see how tall that retaining wall is. As one of the commissioners said last time, if there is more dirt on one side than the other, it's a retaining wall. It's not a fence. It's a huge, obnoxious retaining wall that goes. What they forget is I don't see any view from behind from my house. My property goes for another 140 feet along this wall. If I intend to build something, and I could build another 2,000 square feet added to my house or build some landscape, I have no view. We had a view of San Jose. We had a 25-foot setback between the property line and the house, as is stipulated in the hills. Now there is a tank, a water tank, which was placed in that setback. There was a pergola built within that setback. And the house that was built, if you look at those pictures, at least 10 to 15 feet above where I remember from almost 17 years ago the height of the lot to be. Now, if Mr. Hackett brought it in on the previous owner, I don't know. But bottom line is that it's taller. You'll see that the trunks of the trees, where they were before and what they're after they took 6 feet of dirt, you still see that the trunks are buried, and there are actually holes around the tree, so they don't kill them right now. They will kill them later when everybody goes home. The fill will come back in, and the trees will be killed. The pictures are pretty. All you have to do is dig around those trunks, and you'll see exactly how deep the level of the ground was. The two neighbors that are talking in the favor of the project have not lost 1% of their view of San Jose. I lost 100% of my view. They were talked to, consulted. I was not. I was put in front of the fact. They were talking about this pergola. All they had to do is put some vegetation on that fence between the property of Mr. Olson and the property of Mr. Hackett, and nobody would have seen anything from that house. And like you say, you have to go to the edge of the pool to be able to see anything. If you just cover...
Would you wrap up?
Yeah, if you just put a vegetation or the same type of a fence as we have right now between my property and Mr. Olson, you won't see anything. He has more to look into my bedroom than to look into his bedroom from where he is right now. And again, that house is rented. He doesn't live with that property.
Would the minutes please reflect that Mr. Gorwitz handed out photographs of said wall? Do we have any questions? Commissioner Bourgeois.
All right. Thank you. And again, thank you for letting me stand on your deck and see the view. And I would like to state for the record, I'd like for you to clarify this. When I'm standing on your back deck, I can see the water tank, I can see the wall, I can see the building, I can see the garage. But you have to really struggle to see the pergola. So when you talk about diminishing your view, could you explain for the rest of the commission, like you did to me when I was on your property,
Sure.
what you mean when you say that pergola is interfering with your view?
If you look at the wall between that was built by Mr. Hackett, that wall is right now almost 200 feet long. About 100 feet of that wall is a wall that's actually between my property and Mr. Hackett's property, where that wall that's 8.5 feet tall is located. If I intend to landscape, or if I intend to build an addition to my house, even if I put any decks, I have absolutely no way from my property to see anything of San Jose. Now, the trees that are located at the border between Mr. Olson and Mr. Hackett's property are trees which actually curve this way, almost on a 90-degree angle, which cover that view. Now, any good neighbor would say, I can trim those trees back because they're not healthy. They don't go up. They go like this. And I would have a perfect view of the pergola. If you go 2 feet from where the water tank is, that is still my property. If you go 100 feet from that corner where my house is, it's still my property. I have no view because of that wall, and I have no view because of that pergola, and I have no view because of that water tank. Nothing, zero. If I go on the top of my house, I still have a view. But bottom line, there's still 100 feet of property line that he basically covered. So, yes,
All right.
maybe I cannot see it from the corner of my
Okay.
property, but I can see it from
Thank you.
the rest of my property.
We got your answer. Do you have a follow-up, Commissioner Bourgeois?
No, that's good.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much. Lee Quintana?
I'd like to use the overhead, please.
Ms. Quintana, would you please adjust the mic and...
Yes, I was asking to put the overhead on before I started, and while it's being set up, I would just like to request that when there are photos that people bring up to show, that they be placed on the overhead so that everybody in the audience can have the benefit of seeing them. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Okay, I have a number of comments to make. First of all, the Planning Commission, when they originally denied this, was asked to send comments or write their comments of the meeting to the Planning Department because the minutes were, the meeting wasn't recorded, and I didn't find that in any of the staff reports that were sent out. I had talked to a planner this week and was told that they had been sent to all of the planners, but I'm not sure that was done. And I think they contain some valuable information that should be available to both to refresh the memory of all the planning commissioners and also to the public. I'd also like to talk about the history of this project a little bit. It has a very convoluted history, and I've been trying to figure it out. And the best that I've been able to do, and I don't have all of the drawings, but I'll start with one of the earliest ones that I have.
Ms. Quintana, are these drawings for when you served as a planning commissioner? Is that what we're to understand? Would you please identify the context here? Thank you.
This is one of the original plans that was submitted by the applicant that was where he was directed to go back and redesign. And what I wanted to point out is that these retaining walls here look extremely similar to the retaining walls on the currently approved plans. What I want to point out is that those retaining walls were not approved when the project was finally approved. This is not the final approval of the project on this, but it's getting closer to it. What was done is those retaining walls were taken away so that the existing topography in this whole eastern portion of the site would remain the same and have a more natural configuration. So my question was, how did we get from that to the approved plans now? And basically what I found is that there were grading plans submitted by Mr. Hackett, and they were approved without being looked at by the planning department. And they're back to pretty much his original proposal that was not approved. Also, I'd like to state that I don't think that he has only one exception. He has many exceptions to many different areas of the standards and designs. They're grading exceptions, they're fence exceptions, the driveway exceptions as to the design of the wall, the retaining walls.
Would you wrap up quickly, and then we'll see if we have questions.
Okay. Basically, what I'm saying here is that there's one standard that is being violated that has a number to it. All the other standards that apply to this are more qualitative, like don't use retaining walls to create flat pads, only use a minimum amount of retaining walls, and then only when it reduces grading, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're more qualitative than they are quantitative, but they are exceptions to the standards.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I want to make sure I understand. You've indicated that there were approved plans. The grading permit, I guess, or at least grading was approved, which were different than the plans. Is that correct?
That's correct. From my understanding, it occurred during a time when there was turnover in the Public Works Department, and that wasn't caught.
Do you know, I'm not asking for the name of a person, but I'm curious as how, in essence, who approved it? By that, I simply mean, was it a different department, or how was that done?
That's probably a question better for
I intend to do that
Mr.
later.
Tsuda, but my understanding is that the plans were submitted to Public Works, and Public Works approved them, not consulting the approved ANS plans.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have another question? Okay, Commissioner Kane.
Ms. Quintana, you participated in the actual writing authorship of the Hillside Guidelines?
Yes, I did.
There's discussion in Section 6, site elements, fences and walls, that I discussed last time we
Could you give me the page number,
discussed
please?
this project. It's more of a concept. It's the word privacy is used on page 42. That solid walls shall not be used except for privacy. It occurs to me that a hillside is a thing that goes up and down, and houses that are built will be higher and lower than each other, and everyone wants to protect privacy, so we should have a bazillion walls in the hillsides. If that's what that means in terms of privacy, can you tell me what it means on page 42 when it said solid walls shall not be used except if needed for privacy?
What I believe it meant, is this still on?
Yes, it's on.
Is privacy from those areas of yards that are most often used, not the entire site, but the swimming pool area or the area that is the most active outdoor area. And also there is, under the landscaping section, I believe, there's something in here that says that you should use landscaping rather than walls or fences.
All right, thank you.
Provide that privacy.
Okay, thank you. Yes?
Through the chair.
To
Commissioner Machici.
Okay. Commissioner Kane?
You were also involved in authoring these provisions. Could you add, agree, or disagree to that discussion of privacy?
Not really. At that point, I think that we all felt that the walls were something we didn't want to see in the hillside, and that unless there was a real issue of privacy, that typically we were suggesting they not be put up.
Thank you.
Can I make one more comment?
Okay, 15 seconds.
Yeah, in following this whole discussion, it's somewhat confusing to me because the terms wall is being used interchangeably with fences, and so it's very difficult to follow when we're talking about retaining walls and when we're talking about fences, and there are different criteria that are applied to each.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And, Commissioner O'Donnell?
I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but
I have one more speaker card.
okay, well, you can, I'm just asking
Yeah,
you.
okay.
We have had a confused, a very helpful suggestion, but it leaves me with confusion. That is to say, apparently the staff is being, we're being told that the staff approved something which was totally inconsistent with what had been approved by the Planning Commission, and I'm wondering if staff they're busy right now, but if we could get their attention, maybe we could find out if they have any response to that.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell had a question. Mr. Suda, did you hear that? Or would you like him to repeat it?
I'd appreciate it if you could repeat the
Would
question.
you repeat that?
Mrs. Quintana, you heard her, said that the Planning Commission had approved certain plans, but that one of the town departments had approved a grading plan which was essentially at variance with the approved plans. That's a fairly serious accusation, and I'm wondering if you have any knowledge of the accuracy of that or any explanation at all about that.
I do not have any knowledge as to whether it's an accurate or inaccurate statement. Mr. Parsons is going to try and quickly do some more background research to try and unearth some of the historical documents on this project, but we can't speak to its accuracy at this time.
Okay,
Ask
Commissioner
the
O'Donnell?
chair, since Mr. Parsons is now out of the room, and I gave him the same photographs we looked at, and I was going to ask him some questions about those photographs, could we get him to come back?
There he is.
Yeah, okay, because
Commissioner,
Mr. Parsons should not be asked to do too many things in too short a time. But if he'd stay there, I'd feel much more comfortable. Thank you.
okay, did you want to ask him now, or? I think, can you? Okay. All right, my last speaker card is Charles Killian, but you did say that you wanted to do the rebuttal?
I think Mr. Hackett will do the rebuttal. He has several questions he wants to address.
Okay, did you want to speak as well?
Not right now, no.
Well, this would be the only time.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you. Citizen Ray, I didn't see a card for you. Pardon me? Well, I've called up the applicant already. We closed the public expressions.
The last thing I saw was a public speaking, and I raised my hand. So I finally decided I want to speak.
I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand, and it's not how we usually do it from the audience. Excuse me? I don't think so. Citizen Ray, no, it's too late. The public testimony is closed for now. Mr. Hackett, I'm sorry, everyone else has filled out speaker cards. I can't let you speak. I'm not going to continue. Thank you. Mr. Hackett, would you like to continue?
Thank you very much. I will try and do this as rapidly as possible. I have a lot of stuff to cover. I would also like to verify that, yes, the town inspector inspected the retaining walls and the footings, because my contractor was the guy that worked with him on the job. I live right next to the property. I was there a lot. When we built the pergola, that was also built. He inspected the footings and that because they go like 13 feet deep, 12 or 13 feet deep. Everything that we did was done out in the open. We never tried to hide anything. There was nothing there. I'd always had town inspectors there, and so if something was done, it was inspected, and that's it. It's all been inspected. The pergola's been inspected. The retaining walls have been inspected. Everything's been inspected. Regarding the headlight walls and the privacy walls, those walls are for privacy. They protect all three homes. They protect them from noise, from headlights. People can have their own children stay in their own property without having to go into other people's property in their driveway, take a chance of being hit by automobiles. And it's very, very important walls. The privacy, and when I read privacy in a document that the town puts out, I have to take that literally as a private wall for privacy. When you put something in a document, I can't read other things into it. I have to read what you write, and I did that. And so, regarding the issue about the walls, I'd also like to talk about Mr. Gorovich's privacy. Definitely, and you have picture number 4 and 5 for me here. 4 is taken in July of 2004. This was the pad for the water tank for my house. And if you can look behind that, you can see a little something back there, but you're not sure what. In September 13th of 2006, Mr. Gorovich had a crew come into his property, which denuded the property. They just stripped it. And now I can see everything. You have these pictures also. You can see everything about his house and the debris around his house. He cut all the trees and everything, all the plants down. They're still there 8 months later at the bottom of his property on the road. Talk about a fire hazard, without question. That should have been addressed by the city a long time ago, I think. About the privacy from the hill behind the house, the one where Mr. Olson owns the property. All summer long and throughout the whole year, there are people on that patio that are always out there playing around, should it be young kids or adults, whether they're in the pool or not, and they're always looking over the side of that into the back area of the house. That's why that was done. That's why this pergola was built in the first place. It wasn't built for no good reason. It was for good justification. We had an artist do a sight line for us. He went up there and he took measurements, took pictures, and this is where people stand up on top of the patio area of Mr. Olson's property, and they can look down into there. People before that lived there, before Mr. Olson bought the property, a lot of skinny dippers were up there, and if you were out there, your children would be exposed to that also. So this really does serve a viable purpose.
Okay. Would you please wrap up?
What's that? Yes, I will.
Yes.
This shows how nice the entryway will look at when it's all done. It'll be softened. It'll be done with natural stones, wonderful landscaping, and it will be beautiful. It'll be something to be interesting and something that everybody will be proud of. I mean, what I'm trying to do is a first-rate job in this house. I'm trying not to skip, do what is right and looks good. I would just say also that if I would have had any inkling at all that what I did would have been a problem like it is, I would have never done it in the first place. I totally apologize to the staff at Los Gatos, and I apologize to you folks also. Anybody with a common mind, if they thought there would be a problem like this, would never start this. I didn't think anything about this. The inspector was there. They inspected what we did, and I did it all in good faith. And
thank you. Are you finished?
I appreciate your time. Well, probably not, but
well, let's see if we have any questions. Let's see if we have.
If you have a moment or two, I'll come back.
Okay. Well, let's see.
I would also go on to say that Mr. Gorovich doesn't have a view.
Okay. Let's see if we have any questions for you. Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you very much for your time.
Wait a minute, Mr. Hackett. We have a question from Commissioner O'Donnell.
You'll get a chance to speak some more. I'm sure we have some questions. I have a couple of questions. You went through a process of getting your plans originally approved?
Yes, we did.
And then you never changed them?
I don't know what you mean by changing.
You didn't come back and ask us to approve any changes in your plan, did you?
No.
Wait a minute. Let me just finish some questions. So every time you got a good idea, you just did it differently?
I'm sorry, sir?
When you had good ideas after having your plans approved, you just changed things. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you think of coming back and asking?
When I first came before you, I told you that this was a landscaping issue outside of the structure. I knew that Los Gatos was I'm not a professional developer, so this is my first spec house. I thought that the landscaping outside it was just a general plan. I mean, where you could, if you wanted to put a rose versus being
what about
tulip.
The pergola?
Well, I never thought, when I built a pergola at my house, this has been 15 years ago, the contractor went to the town of Los Gatos and asked them what he needed to have to build it was called a trellis, same thing as this here, but we call it a trellis. Los Gatos required nothing. When this one was built, I assumed nothing had changed and there wouldn't be any difference from building the one on my property.
Were you aware of the 15-foot setback?
I was aware of a 5-foot setback. Because my water tank the water tank at that time when I did this was a 5-foot setback, and I assumed, well, 5 foot then would do the same thing because it wouldn't make sense to send one out further from the fence than another. So 5 foot was common sense to me. That is a setback.
Well, you knew that the pergola had not been approved.
But yes, I didn't think it needed. I didn't think it needed a permit. We had the piers dug, the steel was put inside, the town inspectors inspected.
So you think it's up to the town to catch you?
No, it wasn't a matter of catching. It wasn't a matter of even doing something wrong. It was a matter that I built a pergola where before I did not need a permit when I built one at my house.
What about the wall going down to the pool? Wasn't that approved differently than you built it?
A different design, but still the same answer. We basically did what we did to eliminate erosion. We did it so when we planted the terraces that you would have a much better looking vegetation. That
you had approved plans which were totally different, didn't you?
Not totally different. They are different, but not totally different.
And you didn't think it was necessary to get them changed?
I didn't, or I would have.
So our plans then are just sort of schematic with you?
No, they're not. As I told you a little bit earlier, the plans basically, I thought that the landscape plans that landscaping was a looser thing than the design of a house.
And you had a general contractor?
Yes, I did.
And you had an engineer?
Yes.
And everything was approved by inspectors?
Yes.
And you have written, checked off plans then?
We have the permits and whatever is there.
Could I see your approved plans for the pergola?
Can you see?
Yes.
I told you, sir, I don't have a set of approved plans.
Could I see your approved plans for the retaining walls?
Yes, you can. For some of the, 4 of the 5 retaining walls are approved.
Did it bother you that some weren't?
One didn't, but it made common sense to put it in to stop the erosion.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Commissioner Kane?
I'm wondering how I can show the applicant this picture.
Why don't we ask, let's see, Ms. Bailey?
Can that go on an overhead or?
Thank you. We'll put that on overhead. Do you think that'll show up? Okay, we'll see if that'll work. Thank you.
Mr.
Bear with
Hackett,
us just for a
in
minute.
our last discussion a few weeks ago, we were talking about walls and fences, and as one of the speakers said, there's a great difference between the two. Your attorney was suggesting that 5 or 8 feet concrete walls were indeed fences, and there's a gentleman there who someone suggested was 6 feet tall, and if you can see the picture, the wall behind him may go up for another 2-3 feet. I don't know, but that's a hell of a fence. And I was thinking to myself, if they had fences like that at the Alamo, we never would have heard of it. That's just not a hillside fence.
Okay, well, I can just say that the staff wrote on the plans fence. It was done as a fence. It was approved by the town staff. I have the set of staff plans at my residence, and I'd be glad to show them to you. They used the term fence, and they were very emphatic about that. And we have simply coined the phrase or used the same phrase they use. I didn't invent it for Los Gatos. It's something that came from staff. Suzanne Davis was a planner. You can talk to her about that.
I'm thinking, sir, that this is certainly an evening when you might have brought those with you. We've had prior discussions about fences and walls. If you've got approved permits, this would have been a good time to have them as the question's being decided tonight.
Well, Fletcher, I think you're aware of them, aren't you?
I can get the permit drawings if that's what we're asking.
Yeah.
No.
That would be helpful. Have the minutes reflect that Mr. Parsons is getting a set of plans. Mr. Asuda, I sense you would like to comment.
Yes, Mr. Parsons will get the approved drawings. There is a short stretch of fence that begins near the water tank, extends for about 90 or 100 feet or so. That was approved at 5 feet high. And that wall is, based on that photograph, seems to be higher, and it is also considerably longer by about 200 feet. That 200-foot extension and any height above 5 feet was not approved.
Commissioner Bourgeois, you know what, I wanted to ask, do the commissioners all understand where that is, or do we need to highlight it on this map? Okay. All right, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Could I follow up with staff on that item?
You may.
It's my understanding that that wall in particular is not one of the 9 items that was highlighted. Is that correct?
That approved section is not one of the walls highlighted. We have the administrative authority right now to require the removal of anything that is not permitted, and we previously stated to you we would handle this particular wall administratively through our citation process if we need to get compliance. Because a portion of this is permitted, and the fact that it was constructed in a height and a length that is not consistent with the approved plans gives us the administrative authority to take action on that.
Okay, but I'll save it for commission discussion.
Can I say
Commissioner Parsons, Mr. Parsons. I'm sorry, I'm making everybody commissioners tonight. Do you have the plans? You do.
I do.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell, Mr. Parsons does have the plans. How would you like to proceed with that?
Well,
would you like them up on the overhead?
Let me just say this. Maybe an easier way to do this is we've heard that all this has been approved and the plans will show it. So would you look at it, and maybe the two of you can just look at it for a minute and just show us where it's all approved.
Let me just try giving a quick description here of what the plan's showing. From the rear property line near the...
Can you turn on your microphone? Is it on?
I'm just not close enough. From the...
No, it's not on. It is?
Really?
I can't hear.
Nothing, huh?
If I may, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Mr. Rouhani? Yes,
All right. How's this one?
that's much better.
Okay. From the rear property line near the water tank, the new water tank, I can point to a, Randy,
Have the minutes reflect that Mr. Suda is showing the commission the plan.
away from that corner 96 feet, a masonry wall, 5-foot maximum height, was approved. It specifically states that it's a fence, not a retaining wall, and it's meant to have a gap between the ground and the wall to allow drainage to go out without concentrating.
And you've seen that it does not?
There is not a gap at the ground, and the wall is higher than the 5-foot max.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner O'Donnell.
The photograph seems to indicate that it could be as high as 8 or 9 feet. Do you have a recollection?
Can I say something?
Commissioner, Mr. Rouhani, would you like to respond?
That wall from the south side or the Gurvitz side, the height of it varies from one end to the other. It varies sometimes from 5 foot to 7, 8 foot from what I've observed from the roadway below. So it's a variable height. It's not a consistent, but it at some portion certainly is not 5 foot. It's taller than 5 foot. So.
And is it also fair
Commissioner O'Donnell speaking.
to say that the wall is considerably longer than the approved wall?
Yes, that wall goes for the whole length of property. Goes
How long?
several hundred feet. I haven't measured it, but it goes through the entire length of the property from that corner all the way.
It's approved for 96 of
Mr. President.
280 feet.
200.
Would you say that it's approved what? Say it again.
Well, I don't know exactly where the wall turns. The property line's 280 feet. If it went the whole way,
But it's approved for
96 feet.
96 feet, but the wall is probably about over 200 feet.
It's on the order of 200.
Okay, thank you.
Is it?
Okay, do I have any other questions at this time from any other commissioners? Oh, Commissioner Sayoc?
If I can switch gears back to the entry wall, we have a photo here on 1A. So if I understand correctly, the headlights that are affecting the Felixes, this particular portion of the retaining wall would prevent?
Yes, that's
And this portion does not?
Mr. Hackett, would you stay at the podium and,
Yes, yes.
Commissioner Sayoc, let's put that up on the overhead as well. Thank you. Thank you.
So, Mr. Hackett, if you can just orient me to where the Felixes live and which portion of that wall will prevent headlights from entering into their homes?
Yes, I will.
Take the mic with you. Thank you very much. There you, thank you, Sandy.
This
That's it.
portion of the wall here will do that, as well as the back portion here. This both is where the Felix's house is here, my house is over here. When the people either drive up to this area or they drive down to this area, or when I came in, whatever it would be, this here, the lights would go through where the wall is at and would flash on people's homes, as well as the noise from the automobiles. I'd like to also add that this particular fence here and the one in back were built at a different time than the fence that you're talking about that's 99 feet. That was built a couple of years before. This other one was built in 2000, I think, in 6. Okay.
Okay. Do we have another question? I have a question. When you were dealing with the privacy issues into your bedroom and you built the arbor, did you ever consider plantings
Now, we did, and there's a tree restriction height. There's a deed restriction on the property where the trees cannot be built or can't be planted at a certain height. That's been on the.
And do you know what that height is?
You can't get up close to where you'd obscure any of his vision at all.
Okay. Are you aware that there are trees that could probably come within that height limitation?
Well, we looked at that, and it didn't seem to be a plausible solution. He wasn't particularly happy about it.
Excuse me, so you did look at that, but you decided not to plant the trees or
like
bushes?
The most logical and realistic way to do this was to do the pergola. That's why we did the pergola.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing at this point. And, Commissioner O'Donnell? Okay. Thank you. And I'll entertain questions of staff and discussion. Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm going to ask Mr. Fletcher a question. I gave him the Parsons, sorry. I gave him the photographs because when I looked at those photographs, some of those trees do indeed appear to have fill above what would normally be the ground line. Did you see those?
Yes, I did. Fill had been placed on that slope. That retaining wall, that wall that was approved as a fence, actually at one point had significant fill behind it. Mr. Hackett was in the process of removing the fill and trying to get the grade back down to where it was initially. And somewhere in that process, we stopped him from work, so we didn't allow him to complete it. We just stopped it at some point. So,
are you saying then that when he acquired the property, as far as you know, there was fill there?
No, in that location, there was not fill there.
Oh,
in the
so
beginning.
After he acquired the property, fill was placed there.
After he built that fence, he filled behind it, and that's when we filled around the trees.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, any other questions of staff? Okay. So here's what I'd like to do, and I'll recommend this, and then if you have another way of doing it, we'll consider that. What I'd like to do is go through the 9 items and then have you comment on them as far as what we can somewhat live with, if we can't live with it, if we need to modify it, or whatever. Let's hear everything. I'd like to build a consensus. Commissioner O'Donnell, it seems like you have a suggestion.
I don't think we should be constrained by the 9 items. We've just heard, for example, the 100 and some feet of retaining wall or fence, depending on your desires, seems to be without benefit of clergy. And I don't see any reason why we are prohibited from dealing with that, and we're not.
We're
what
not.
we're supposed to do is rely on staff. Unfortunately, we're here, I think, because somebody relied on staff. So I do not believe we should be constrained by the 9 items, but we can talk about the 9 items, but I just want to make it clear that we ought not to be so constrained.
Okay, Commissioner Kane, do you want to comment on that?
I want to get through it, Commissioner. So if we're not going to do the 9, give me your idea on how we can eat the elephant one bite at a time.
I'm all for doing the 9. I'm just saying if you've got something else you want to talk about, please do it.
Well, do you have an item 10?
10 right away is that retaining wall.
So that might come under.
Let's do it that way. Let's identify the 9 items.
Right, I'll do.
What
yes.
are they?
And then we'll move on. If you have something else, you can add it as a 10. Okay. All right, so the first item is the solid fence along the entryway. Second item is the expansion of the driveway turnaround, not yet installed, although it does say it's resolved at the staff level. Okay, we'll go on. That's right. Item 3, extension of 3 terraced retaining walls along the east side of the pool. One is 4.5 feet. Second is 3.5 feet. It's in place of 2 larger approved retaining walls. Item 4 is the realignment and extension of approved wall with planter along east property line. Item number 5 is a substitution of 2 short staggered stairways for an approved long stairway and ramp. Item 6, exception for location of vine arbor in rear yard setback. Seven is the addition of stairs to the arbor. Item 8 is a relocation of 2 approved retaining walls near the arbor. And item 9 is the mechanical equipment pad and enclosure. And and that's it for, there's not an item 10 unless somebody would like to bring that up now. Commissioner O'Donnell?
It's the one I just mentioned a few minutes ago as
Okay.
item 10. Do you want me to
That's
say it
the
again?
wall.
That's the extension of the wall, 1 in height and 2 in horizontally.
Okay. So that would be the extension of the wall. Number 10 would be the extension of the wall. Additionally, over 100.
Over 96 feet.
Over 96 feet. Thanks.
Also for reference, he's a reference, it's the wall along the south property line.
Thank you. Does the commission wish to hear again the approved areas versus? No? Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell?
My suggestion might be this. If a commissioner believes that all 10 of these items are equally important, or they want to go into each of the 10 items, then I think whoever that is ought to do that. If some of us feel that some of the items are perhaps more important than others, for example, I don't really want to talk about personally 10 items. I am interested in maybe 3 or 4 items. So from my standpoint, I would shorten it. But on the other hand, other commissioners may say, yeah, but you're forgetting this, this, and this. So before I make any comments about 3 or 4 items, I would invite people who want to go through every item to do that.
Okay. Do I have commissioners that would like to go through every item? Commissioner Kane?
I'd like to identify every item and give, let the record show, in case the record needs to show, what it is we did that we approved.
Okay.
And then we can, by elimination, identify the areas of contention. For example, with your permission, I would ask the other commissioners, does anyone want to further discuss the equipment pad? And if nobody did, then that one's in the barn.
Okay.
And then we go through it like there, and then we identify what's in the barn and what's not.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
What does it mean to be in the barn? I'm
It's an old legal term. What it means is,
Would you like to?
it means we approved it.
All right. Well, yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, Commissioner O'Donnell has a question of Commissioner Kane.
Well, this actually is a question of staff. My recollection was that pad, where the very large tank is, was within the setback. Am I mistaken?
Would you like to clarify that, Mr. Suda?
That was originally approved during a period where the standard provisions applied, which allow for a setback that can be reduced to 5 feet. In '04, when the hillside standards were adopted, that eliminated that provision and states that those structures need to be outside of the required setback. So during this period of time, and this approved drawing is from '01, that was during a period of time when there were different setback requirements in place for accessory structures.
Go ahead.
Are you saying then, and Commissioner Kane has pointed out there are apparently 2 pads, but I'm only speaking now of I'm losing the word, but the tank. You're saying that is approved where it is?
That's approved where it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
A separate area called the equipment
Commissioner Kane.
pad area. And that's the one I was identifying as item number 9. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. That's a concrete pad at grade, and that is not an encroachment.
I picked it as an example because it seemed to be within what we would have approved had it been properly applied for at the time. Staff said it was not a problem. I didn't see it as a problem. I wish to disclose I did visit the site. So I picked that one as an example, that if we're okay with that, then that one is approved and gets tucked away. So that
Okay.
was my
Does
suggestion
that,
for procedure.
how does that work for the rest of the commissioners? That works for me. Okay, remember, we're granting exceptions here, okay, to the hillside design. Yes, so let's go ahead. Let's move on. All right, so with that, who would like to start? Commissioner, you want to, go ahead, Commissioner Kane, on solid fence,
Get the
item
horses
1.
in the barn, out of the barn. We have entrance, the entranceway fence. Do we want to discuss that, or can we give it a tacit approval?
Is this item 1?
This is item 1.
I would like to discuss item 1.
Okay, so
Okay.
that's not, then I would go on.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Two.
Okay, so we'll discuss that.
Item 2 is the alteration to the driveway. Areas 8 and 9, I think. No, not according to the pictures. But according to the letter that we're referring, this is a driveway alteration that seemed also to be okay with staff. Does anyone want to pull that from the list, or can we put it in the barn?
Put it in the barn.
I'm very good.
I know,
It's okay?
I think that's fine.
All right, 2's off. The third one that the chair identified was the 3 retaining walls. I'm thinking that's to the south side of the pool? Those are the retaining
They
walls
will-
in the pool area.
Yes,
East side.
yes, the east.
Do we want to discuss those, or,
I'd like to discuss that.
okay? The fourth one is the retaining wall for planters.
These are the walls that are closer to the easterly property line. They're east of the pool area, but closer to the property line.
And that was one of the things the commission pulled for us to do.
That staff pulled for you to do.
Right, sorry. I didn't mean commission, I meant council. So we're going to discuss 4?
Yes.
Yes. The fifth one concerns the stairways, which were changed, but which staff also didn't have a problem with.
That's correct.
Yeah, we don't have an issue with the stairways per se. We have an issue with the we have an issue with the bigger question of are those retaining walls appropriate?
So if they are, the stairways would be okay? Oh, I see. All right, so,
So that's dependent upon item 3.
yes.
All right. Item 6 was identified as the grape arbor. One of the ways to refer to it. What's the other way? The
Pergola.
yeah, that.
Yes, I want to talk about that.
Okay. Item number 7 was identified as the stairs by the arbor.
Same thing.
Same thing, it's connected to 6.
And item 8 was the 2 retaining walls at the arbor. Those are the 2 retaining walls that run parallel to the arbor. Do we want to discuss that or put it away? We want to discuss it? Okay. And 9 is the equipment pad, which is not where the tank is, but it's a separate area for groundskeeping equipment. It seemed like a good idea, and again, it probably would have been approved at the time had it come forth properly.
I don't have a need to discuss that.
Okay.
And I see the rest of my commission does not either. Okay, thank you.
So I would suggest then we start with item number 1.
Okay, then let's go to number 1, and who would like to open that up? Commissioner,
Would you like for me to start?
oh, I would, but
Sure.
whoever.
Yeah, fences and walls. I think we need to have a discussion about that. I believe the hillside standards are pretty clear on what sort of fences are expected. Rural character, they want to allow for wildlife movement. I mean, that's the whole purpose of having these split rail wooden fences in the hillsides, is to not to fragment that habitat. And we have letters from the applicant actually saying that they put up these walls to keep the deer out. So I think the purpose of surrounding this property with these walls is is counter to the intent of the hillside standards. And I don't want to quote chapter and verse from the hillside guidelines, but I do think there's an issue of headlights and privacy. And I think for those two walls, personally, I think those should stay, and I think the rest should be, I would not have approved them had they come before, apart from the two links that, you know, help shield the headlights. I would not have approved the walls, the other walls on the entryway.
So maybe I'm going to comment on this. Maybe the question also for the commission is, what is it that you consider privacy or for privacy? Because I conceive other ways to mitigate headlights without using walls. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just want to say I agree with that approach. When I was there looking at it, I can see how the height of that curving wall would be very helpful to block the headlights. And whether that wall is concrete with fascia on it, which is the proposal at the moment, or wood, it's going to be essentially the same height because it's designed to block the headlights. And I would also agree that wood in that location probably isn't going to last very long. So to me, it's a question of how to make it look decent. And I think that is a special case because of existing homes in the area. And I think that is something we would have taken into consideration. But I also agree that we would not have approved the balance of those fences, or walls, as the case may be. We wouldn't have. And therefore, I would say that they ought not to be there.
Any other comments? Okay, Commissioner Sayoc?
I guess I just need a little bit more clarification. If I'm looking at 1A, Mr. Hatchett did point out that this portion of the walls did protect the Felixes from headlights, but this portion, the curving wall, did not.
Yes.
So in my mind, I could see perhaps a compromise where we allow either this wall or some sort of a barrier to give them that privacy, but remove one portion of it. I'll throw that out there.
Okay. Do you have an idea of what portion, or would that be up to staff?
The portion that is not necessary to protect from headlights.
Okay. All right. I think that's what I'm hearing. Consensus. Am I hearing a consensus here?
I may not have articulated it,
Okay.
but that was the intent of my recommendation.
Staff, are you helping taking notes on this? Thank you. So am I hearing that as a consensus then for,
No, it's not.
okay, Commissioner Kane?
No, I don't think you put up a wall to block two headlights coming through once a night. I think the hills are sacred. I don't buy it. I don't buy it as that's what we would sacrifice the hills for. But however, if the majority of the commission thinks that's okay, I won't block that one. We'd take down the ones that have nothing to do with headlights and leave up a section that does. But I don't think headlights is a persuasive argument to begin with.
I would, can I comment? Commissioner Telesfor, would you like to comment? Yes, I would like to comment also. And I fully don't believe that either. We've never had that request before. It goes totally against what it says here in the our hillside design guidelines. That is not what that was about. Privacy is around a patio, it's around a bedroom, windows, it's around a swimming pool, a backyard perhaps. But honestly, I think what we try to do is encourage natural, natural vegetation, a natural looking fence, which isn't this. And I don't even care if you put vines over it, it'll take years to grow. I think I would not, no, I can't buy this as privacy. And I have to also think, how many people are coming up there? Is it a couple headlights a night, or do we have 10 people that live there? Do you know what I'm saying? There's not a compelling reason. I don't even know how, I need to know the numbers of cars. So that would be my feeling about that. I couldn't support just being amenable with this. Yes, Commissioner Kane.
Now I want to see if I can be persuasive. It's hillsides. Somebody's going to be lower, somebody's going to be higher. Somebody's going to be driving up a hill, somebody's going to be driving down a hill. That's what they do on hillsides. we establish a dangerous precedent if we say we can put up a wall to block a headlight. I'd be very careful about that.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm being very careful. If I lived over there and you had 2 sets of headlights at 11 o'clock at night and it woke me up, I would not be a happy camper. We can block those lights. I don't think we're going to do violence to the hillside by having a short fence or obstruction that blocks headlights into somebody's house. And the hillside guidelines allow this kind of thing. And it is true that were they before us, I will guarantee we would be listening to the neighbor who would be telling us they're being offended by what the headlights would be, and we would be sympathetic to that neighbor. So I don't want us to react to this situation by saying, why didn't you come and talk to us about it? But I'm very sympathetic to the adjacent homeowner having light in his face. So I don't think we're setting a precedent except to say that we're willing to think. And that's a precedent I would support.
Commissioner Bourgeois?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think if we were here seeing this completely new and we had a neighbor complaining about headlights, and we'd be asking the applicant to do something to mitigate that impact. So I think this is a good compromise. And when we look at the amount of wall that we're taking out, I think it's a significant amount. And if they want to blend in some split rail components to, a stone-faced wall, I think it could capture some rural character. I think there's some design things that could be done to make this very attractive. So I think we're pulling out a significant amount of wall, and I think it's a small consolation to protect the neighbor.
Okay. Commissioner Micciche.
I'm agreeing with both Tom and John on this. When we wrote these hillsides, we would have taken that into consideration, and I would have taken it into consideration at the time if it come through for first approval.
So may I just clarify, Commissioner Micciche, you're saying, and
That portion of the wall that takes out the headlights, I think, is appropriate as long as they do it aesthetically well.
And it's because of neighborhood complaint about headlights into their house.
I would have been sensitive to that neighbor having that complaint.
Let's just be real clear about that.
And I believe the hillside specs allows us to do that.
Okay. However, we may have suggested another type of wall if we had the opportunity.
That's a different statement. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. So perhaps with that, I would maybe agree with my fellow commissioners. It's really hard for me because I don't want to set a precedent that, hey, every time, you can say there's a headlight, we can put a wall up. I don't look at this as a fence. I look at it as a wall. But Commissioner Bourgeois, I think you were going toward a condition, perhaps, on if we do leave the remaining headlight fence wall, however we want to refer to it, with mitigating it with. I would like to have you elaborate, but I don't know.
Well, no, I wasn't. I don't want to design their fence for them.
You don't have to design it, but, otherwise it'll just be stone against the...
Well, as far as I'm concerned, they can just take out those elements and be done. But I do want the recommended stone facing that staff had recommended as well. To me, that was a given.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear, though.
So,
we need to be specific. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Kane?
I was just going to suggest we save that for the motion. It looks like we have something like a 5-1 or something in that neighborhood. So we have what we need to know for the motion. Let's move on to the next item.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Oh, Commissioner Kane, if you'd like to go ahead with that, you can speak first again, or would someone else like to?
Item 2 was the driveway question, and we have tacitly approved that. Item 3 were the 3 retaining walls in the area of the pool.
Right, and who would like to comment first on that? Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell, and then Commissioner Sayoff.
The only problem, and I don't know how we get 3, I get 5 when I go out there and look at it. If I'm talking about right above the pool, you've got 3, and then you've got another one, and you've got one right in the back. So you can call it 3, but it looks like 5 to me. I don't think we would have approved those bottom 3. One, they're very narrow, and they're relatively steep. And they don't look much like the picture at all. I can see why they might, they need some retaining wall, but I don't believe that we would have approved 3. If we just talk about the 3, I don't believe we would have approved 3. The question is, what would we have approved? We might have approved one of those 3. I don't know, some of you might have approved 2, but I just don't see that we do 3 again because it's broken up
Right.
so narrowly. So my view, I guess, is that there are too many retaining walls there. I do want to be sensitive to the problem we're in, of course, is this stuff is there. And you're torn between ripping things out and doing your job. I would not have approved 3 retaining walls. So that's all I'll say at this moment.
Okay, and Commissioner Sayoc, and then Commissioner Machichi.
Well, I think
Wait a minute.
we're given direction.
Wait a minute, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Commissioner Sayoc. She had her hand up before.
Okay. I will not be supporting the retaining walls for 2 reasons. First, the picture that we have in front of us under Area 3, and it depicts the landscaping that will occur should these retaining walls be accepted, and it goes against the Hillside Design Guidelines, which specifically say that large areas of formal landscaping are prohibited. So that's my first reason. And the second reason is, if you look at the plans, the retaining walls are very straight, and then once again, they go against the guidelines, which state that retaining walls should be curvilinear and should support the natural topography of the hillside. So I would actually not accept it and suggest that we just keep the retaining walls that were originally accepted in the last, I guess, the original approved
Plan.
retaining walls.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Machichi, did you have a
That was the
comment?
comment I was going to make, was
Okay.
that Commissioner O'Donnell's pointed out that if he were looking at this now, he would not have approved that. And that's the view we should be looking at.
That's exactly that was the direction I gave the commission, was to look at it as today. Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois?
I don't even know that I would have voted for the plans that did get approved, to be quite honest. I mean, I think it goes against so many of the hillside standards of maintaining the natural topography that, yeah, this to me is probably the most troubling item that we're addressing. So I'm very adamantly opposed to the current design.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think you know, they have approved designs. I'm just saying, I probably wouldn't have voted for that, but I'm fine. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, all right, Commissioner Kane?
Commissioner Bourgeois, can you give us something to work with? What would you do? What?
You said the 2 would be okay.
No, I mean, they have approved plans. I would like to see them stick to the approved plans.
But they're not going to, so he said.
But I'm just saying, I probably would not have voted for that as well, but.
Thank you.
So we'd be seeking a consensus.
It's just a comment.
The consensus is that he would approve 2 at this point,
Consensus is to go back to what we had.
yes, although he wouldn't have approved them at all. Okay. Let's move on to, where are we? Item 4, which is we're on item 4. Realignment and extension of approved wall with planter along east property line. By the way, my weigh in on that was the same. I mean, we should have not approved them at all, but. 4. Can you clarify where that one is?
These are the walls that are above those 3 walls you just discussed. So they're to the east of the 3 walls. Yep.
I think the same concept applies. I mean, they're asking for a wider terrace than was approved, and terracing is discouraged. So my position's the same for this item.
Anyone else care to comment before I do? Yes?
I agree with Commissioner Bourgeois. Again, I would not approve this portion.
Commissioner O'Donnell agrees, Commissioner Machichi, Commissioner Kane, and Commissioner Talasfore agree as well, for the reason that was stated. Okay. Item number 5, then, is the substitution of the 2, and this was dependent on item number 3, actually, so.
So
How would we-
by definition, these stairways are going to need to be redesigned. So the design of the stairways can be revert back to the approved plans.
Okay, is that an agreement with the commission? It is. Thank you very much. Okay, then moving on to item 6, exception for location of vine arbor in the rear yard. Commissioner Kane.
And I sure wish that this had been before us in a proper and a timely manner before it's built. It's an interesting structure. It accomplishes what he wants. There are many other ways to accomplish what he wants, and we have the problem with the setback, which for me is maybe that's the deal breaker. I don't want to take this thing down, but I'd look to anybody who could give me an alternative suggestion. The structure itself is okay. It's going to get even better with the vines. What do we do about the setback?
Right.
Can we move the neighbor's house?
Okay, do we have any comments following that? Commissioner O'Donnell, this is about the arbor.
I agree with Commissioner Kane. I mean, it shouldn't be there. We would not have approved it. It's there. It's not going to be bad looking. I don't think it's going to bother anybody's view. And then the question simply becomes, what's our standard here? If somebody's saying, would we have approved it? I think the answer is fairly clearly no. Nobody bothered to ask. I hate to just go ripping things out to rip things out.
I understand.
But what's troublesome is what kind of precedent do you set? You say, I would have turned this down, but if you do it without permission, then it's okay. That's pretty tough. So I guess I have to say I wouldn't have approved it, and consistent with what we've been saying, if you don't approve it, it shouldn't be there.
Okay, we do have a process here in place in town, I think. Commissioner Micciche.
I'm going to just point out one thing that you can answer it, but it was stated in one of the reports that you're allowed to seek an exception to that standard, okay, providing you bring evidence or proof to show that the exception is warranted, okay? I didn't hear any of us ask him to provide a warranted proof of that exception. And are we dealing here with something we didn't ask about?
Wait, I did.
What was the response? I didn't recall the response.
Because of the neighbor's view, there was a restriction on planting trees that would get into the neighbor's
So are we saying
view.
then that the proof was not sufficient to warrant an exception?
Well, my feeling is that it's not
I just want to
compelling.
understand that part of it if we're saying that, okay?
That's what I was saying. I was not, it was not compelled to sway me, because it didn't seem like enough exploration was given to a natural type of.
That's fine, if you're not burdened.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell?
We did hear evidence from a neighbor saying that this was a big help. I would not have approved this. We could have done something different. I'm just really torn on this one because it's so big. It isn't a bad thing, except that it shouldn't be there. Other than that, it's fine. I think I would lean just over backwards to say there is evidence in the record that, if I really stretched, might support an exception. And so I guess if anybody else agrees, I'd go along with that. This is one you could go either way on, although the strongest side is to say it doesn't belong there. There were different ways to deal with this. The only overwhelming thing for me is it's there, and it seems so counterproductive to take it out if the only standard is we wouldn't have approved it in the first place. I'm just confused by that. So
I'm having difficulty
I could go either way on this one. That's all.
Commissioner Micciche, did you want to continue?
Yeah, I am having difficulty with that. I think evidence was presented, and that's why I asked to have it repeated. And I was taken by the evidence that one of the neighbors found it was, it did the job for what he wanted.
Okay.
So in this case, I would say there was evidence provided me that warrants that it stay there.
Okay, so I'm hearing from two of my commissioners that they may lean toward granting exception. I'd like to have the other commissioners weigh in on this. Commissioner Kane had his hand up, and then Commissioner Sayoc.
Well, through the chair, a question for Commissioner Machici.
Okay, yes?
What evidence did the neighbor offer?
Repeated what the neighbor had stated.
Okay,
If you'd like to have him repeat it again, he would.
Commissioner O'Donnell, I do remember as well, but if you'd like to, go
I
ahead,
was asking
please.
Commissioner Machici.
You-
If he
he
finds
did-
that persuasive,
I did. What
Okay,
Tom repeated,
Commissioner-
I found persuasive.
Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell, would you please refer us back to that statement?
But what I recall from the neighbor was that he would be, at a portion of his property, he would look directly down into the back of the house, and that was a bedroom or various things. So as you walk along the back of that house, there are various rooms. And so something should block it. And the neighbor felt this was a beautiful blockage because it has that whole top area where you would have plants and all that kind of thing. And it's beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but it's not an ugly thing, and it could be pretty, I think. So that's the only evidence we've heard as to why an exception should be granted. At least that's the only evidence I heard.
Okay. Commissioner Sayoc, I believe.
I did hear that evidence but one thing I do want to point out when we were listening to the discussion was, at least from what I heard, you had to stand right at the fence and peer right down to be able to look into that bedroom. And I want to disclose that I was at the site and I didn't see the home. And so I'd like to hear if there are options to provide some fencing, whether it's natural. Is there some type of trees that can provide some foliage so that it does maintain privacy without exceeding the height? And what makes me lean towards allowing it is because it does state in one of the reports given to us that one of the bedrooms back there is a child bedroom. And so because of that, I'm particularly concerned to give them that privacy.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Yeah, I've remained silent on this one because I'm really torn on this. They've stated the reasons. I think we're all kind of on the fence on this one. I hate to allow something I wouldn't have approved just because it's already there and set that precedent of expectations in the future of let's just build it and get them to approve it after the fact. So that really concerns me, but I'm really on the fence.
Commissioner Kane, and then I will weigh in.
Question of staff.
Oh, yes.
And Mr. Suter, we all feel the same way. It's there. We don't want to arbitrarily tell them it. We may not all feel the same way. Wow. But we do have a concern of tearing it down. We're not destructors. We're protectors. Do you have a solution? Can he make a smaller one? Can he do this? Can he do that without destroying what he's put up? Is there a way around this?
Well, if we went back out and looked specifically at where each window is located and did an analysis, it may be possible that it could be reduced in size or broken up into pieces or something like that, or we could evaluate whether strategically placed trees could achieve some of that privacy. I don't think you're going to achieve the same degree of privacy that's provided by the arbor structure. But you may be able to address most of it through a smaller structure, a structure that's broken up, or by some trees that are located closer to the house, off of the slope area. And hopefully, I have not seen this deed restriction that Mr. Hackett refers to, so I'm not exactly sure how that's worded, but that would certainly have to be factored into account.
We don't have that in evidence?
I don't have a copy of that.
Okay, so I would like to weigh in, and no, I don't think I do have a strong feeling about this, mostly because I think you cannot arbitrarily build a structure, whether your neighbor likes it or not. And the Hillside Design Guidelines are very clear about saying consider other alternatives that are more natural. Mr. Hackett had come to the town on other occasions seeking approval for walls, et cetera, et cetera. And for some reason, this didn't come before him. He didn't think to come to the town. We have the process in place. I don't think that I didn't know is a good enough reason. I think and that, coupled with the fact that there are other privacy other ways to achieve privacy through natural plantings. And whether it's a bush that you trim, a hedge, lots of hedges can do lots of things, and they're quite beautiful and natural. I think that a missed opportunity happened here. And I'm not sure how actually the arbor creates any privacy without a vine on it, a substantial vine. And that can die. So then where are we? So, I mean, so I just think because of the not seeking a permit, and when he has been to the town and sought other permits, and the fact that there are other ways to mitigate this, so I cannot support the approval or granting this exception. Yes.
Can I suggest, since we're so close on this, that we just run down and people say yay
That's fine,
or
but
nay, because it's a very, very tough question.
It is a tough question, and it also, again, sets a precedent. And by the way, there have been many examples in this town where people have been asked to take second stories off of garages.
Well, let me just say
and-
on precedent, I think at the end of the day, anybody that thinks this is a precedent for going out and doing it yourself is brain dead. So what we do on this particular issue is not going to change that. I don't think. I don't disagree with your logic at all, but I just think we could talk this one on the ground. Why don't
We
just
can,
find
but
out?
I needed to say how I really felt. And there are many examples. I could probably ask Mr. Suda for those of what the towns had to do to bring people into code compliance, but maybe I won't. Commissioner Kane.
Commissioners, would anybody be interested in remanding this one back for a second look to see if something milder could be done, if there's a potential compromise solution? I don't want to tear it down. I really don't. I also don't want to award seeming bad behavior. It's a dilemma, but I'm wondering if we can stick it on Mr. Suda by way of saying, see if the applicant can reach a compromise acceptable to the director, and then run it by us, and let's try to actually provide good government with an extended process.
I'd like to add some more, but Commissioner Sayoc, why don't you go ahead and I'll chime in after?
I actually would support a remand of that. I'd like to hear more alternatives from the staff on how to achieve the privacy issues that the neighbors have requested, and be sensitive to the fact that would this have been approved if it had come to us for the first time?
If we do that, because what we have now is an arbor that really creates a promenade. That's how I look at this. I know, Commissioner Micciche, I'll call on you in just a sec.
You going to finally recognize me or what?
I did recognize you, I'm sorry. But before we finish,
I think it's been stated a number of times that this is people are on the fence here, okay? So I think we need maybe some more information. I'm not sure remanding it back is the answer. But one thing I might suggest that you can do here is you may reopen the hearing for one question to Mr. Hackett and have him provide additional information that supports him taking exception to this item.
I think, excuse me. Mr. Hackett, I haven't called you up yet. We haven't made that decision. Commissioner O'Donnell, we'll take that under consideration.
Just on procedure, because we do have other matters on the
Yes.
agenda, too.
I
I would
agree.
like to, if we can, go through these items. I would suggest that Commissioner Kane has a good solution. I have a feeling at the rate we're going, it wouldn't strike me as improbable that there may be an appeal here, and I would not want to hold the applicant down from that appeal. So if we were to say, for example, we approve this or we don't approve this, and go down the list, and on something like this, we say we don't approve this, but we're asking for some suggestions on modifying it, not ripping it out, but modifying it. That would be a solution. The town council could do what they want with it if it does, in fact, appeal. But it wouldn't slow us down, wouldn't hold things up. It would solve, I think, all of our concerns. We could even say, and bring it back to us when you come up with that solution. So I would like to try to expedite this and be fair at the same time.
Maybe I would have taken a different perspective on this if it also wasn't encroaching on the setback, which is also, the exception we'd have to, right. The setback is the issue. So, it's like there's three issues here all at one time. And I think we have to look at that, the issue of setback, the issue of non-permitted, and the issue that we didn't consider maybe an arbor of bushes. I mean, you could do that as well. Anyway, I think we'll move on, though. We'll come back because we have to, well, the consensus on this, all right. Let's get a consensus. Who would go with the conclusion that you could grant the exception on this? We'll start with Commissioner Michichi.
Yeah, I've given you my thought.
Okay,
I
so
think an
it's a
exception
yes, that's
could
a
be
yes.
made to that.
Thank you.
And let me just make a comment on it. If he could buy enough footage in the other land to make the setback go away, would you have approved this? So that's what I ask myself on something like this. And if there isn't compelling reasons to take it down, I would not take it down.
Commissioner Bourgeois?
I would not have voted for this originally, but I would be in support of a remand to look at some alternatives.
Commissioner Sayoc?
I would like to hear more alternatives, so I would support a remand.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
I agree with that comment.
Commissioner Kane?
Remand.
Commissioner Talasvar? I would not grant the exception. And however, I would agree with whatever, since my commissioners have all voted that they would like to have it remanded and have it come back to us for approval, we will go with that. Okay. Anyone, question? All right, we're on item number 9.
May I?
Commissioner Kane.
Item 7 is the stairs at the Arbor, which would be
yes.
subject to the decision on
Yes.
6. Is that okay? Chair?
Aye, yes.
And item 8 are the two retaining walls at the Arbor. Are those the ones up above?
Yes.
Those are the ones that run parallel to the arbor.
These guys?
Yes. Yes, those. Okay.
I think this might be too linked to the arbor.
Commissioner Bourgeois, yes?
I think this item is too linked to the arbor. If they're going to try and be creative with alternatives, I think this one has to be paired up with the arbor issue.
To
remand to staff so that they have a little flexibility with coming up with alternatives for the arbor.
Right, because ultimately, if the arbor is approved, then these retaining walls need to stay in their current location. If you require that to be torn down or restored to its previously approved condition, then they need to be removed. So we need to resolve the issue of the arbor on this one first.
I see, okay. And then, so this will come back to us at the next date certain, whenever that is? All right, thank you, okay. So item number 8 will come back to us. Commissioner Kane.
Item 9 we said was okay. And if it's with the permission of the chair, I'd like to try and make a motion.
Okay, well, wait a minute, we have item 10.
Item added, though?
Excuse me,
we had
excuse me,
item 10.
yes.
Sorry.
Commissioner Kane, we had item 10. So item 10 was Commissioner O'Donnell's suggestion, and it was the wall fence that
On
was
this
built
item,
over 96 feet.
My understanding of the facts now and evidence is that we approved a 96-foot fence, not a wall, 5 feet high. We now have a wall, which is longer than 200 feet, varying in height. From what I can see with my own eyes, it's more than 7 feet. However, staff says maybe 7 feet. But in any event, it's more than 5 feet. I don't see any justification at all for the wall beyond the 96 feet, I don't see any justification for a wall within the 96 feet. But at least you've got some argument that the wall is a fence and the fence is a wall, but you have no such argument once you get past 96 feet. So I'd like to kind of split that in half and say, I don't think that fence/wall belongs beyond the approved area. And as far as the 96 feet is concerned, we were just told by Mr. Parsons that this is supposed to be a fence that has clearage for drainage. Underneath it, it does
Right,
not.
it doesn't.
And it's supposed to be 5 feet high, and it is not.
So when we're just,
This is not something we would have approved. And it's not something we could have approved.
okay. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I just want to comment, since I was out there on Monday looking at the project site from that side, and I didn't walk up to the fence, but from the road, the wall is clearly 8 feet, I would say, at a minimum, and it does vary in height. And when you talk about a fence versus a retaining wall, you got to talk about function. And when you look at such a grade differential on one side of the wall and the other, it's supporting material, and that to me is a retaining wall and not a fence. So yeah, I'm in complete agreement that there's no way I would have voted to approve this, and it's clearly, apart from what is beyond what got approved.
Okay. Commissioner
I'm concurring with both comments.
Medchichi.
John, on that.
You concur, okay. And Commissioner Sayoc?
I concur with my commissioners.
Commissioner Kane? And Commissioner Telesfor also concurs. So we will not be granting that exception. Okay, so who would like to be the brave soul? And by the way, thank you for being very specific, commissioners, about your reasons and your findings. I appreciate that. So who would like to be the brave soul to make the motion? Okay, Commissioner Kane.
I'd like to try the motion and very willing to accept any help
From everybody.
anyone wants to offer. My motion is to approve the modifications made to an already approved architecture and site application relating to grading and landscape on property zoned HR 2 1/2. This is 15350 Sueview Drive, A&S application S0666. I find in making this approval, I make the findings as required by Section 15301 of the State Environmental Guidelines as adopted by the town, that this project is categorically exempt. Now, in considerations, as required by 2920-150 of the Town Code, I would like the approval to differentiate the 10 items we've discussed tonight, which ones we approve, and then to isolate those items that we have disapproved or suggested to be remanded back.
And why would we do that, Commissioner Kane?
Just point of order, please.
Commissioner Medchichi?
The reason I'm confused is I thought we were heading for a remand here, asking this thing to, what?
Not on the whole thing, just on parts of it.
Well, how are you going to do that?
Yeah, so.
I'm not
we
sure
might
this
need-
does it, is what
yeah,
I'm saying.
I was just thinking the same thing. We might need 2 motions.
Multiple motions? If I can't do it within one, I'll do multiple.
Okay,
Mr.
why don't we
Senator?
get some support from staff on this?
There's a couple ways you could do this. You could continue the entire application and remand, but remand that issue of the arbor pergola back to staff. We would bring the entire application back to you for a final approval. The other way, which is much more complicated, is for you to add a condition, approve part of it. You're going to approve specific things, add a condition that takes that one item, the grape arbor, and brings that back at a separately advertised public hearing. I would recommend that you continue this application, direct staff to study the privacy issue, and then we would bring the entire application back to you.
That appears clearer to me. Commissioner Kane?
I'll change my motion to do just that. But often we want to make sure that we're not creating any undue hardship on the part of construction and moving ahead. Do we want to check that out, recall the applicant, reopen the public hearing?
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Let me make one suggestion to follow up on what Commissioner Kane is saying. We're all, I think, by and large, I shouldn't say all, but the majority seem to be in agreement on this remand of significant items. On the other hand, we are also in agreement on disapproval of certain items and approval of certain items. It does seem to me, if I were the applicant, and I could get approval, disapproval, and remand, I'd be better off than if I got total remand. So this is a very hard motion, and it is very painful, I think. It's good to do what we're supposed to do, but nevertheless, it is painful. I'm trying to temper this as best we can, and solely to assist the applicant, which the applicant may find hard to believe, I would be inclined to want to approve what we've approved, disapprove what we've disapproved. That's clear. And remand what we want to remand. Now, the question then simply becomes, and maybe staff can respond to this, I don't see why the applicant at that point couldn't appeal it. If we say remand the whole thing and come back in a month or something, the applicant can't appeal it. And by and large, this is a heavy-duty thing we're doing, and eventually it's going to get to the town council. And I just soon got there sooner than later because they may not, it's always hard to believe, but sometimes they reverse this.
If we do that, though, Commissioner O'Donnell, will we then be having a project that has been approved and denied in pieces?
No,
half of it will be appealed, some will come back.
If you were the applicant, you
I understand what you're saying,
yeah,
by
you
the
could
way.
finish.
I do that.
And in fact, you could say, okay, they're going to remand these things. We've got some great suggestions. We'll take care of them. Now, that's one scenario. The other scenario is they're going to say, the heck with that. We're not going to take that. We're going to go up to the town council and let those greater minds deal with it. So, but in either event, I think it puts the applicant in a better place. So that's my thought.
Commissioner Michichi, would you like to weigh in?
If appeal is the issue, this is the staff, why would another alternative be to deny it with the comments that we did make, that we would have approved these sections of it, but the ones where we are denying others, and there's a suggestion that there was a modification to the other one. Now, that way the appeal could take place.
How do we know?
Can I get my answer on that
Yes,
first?
you may.
I'm going to give you an answer because
Well, wait, he asked,
Okay.
wait, Commissioner O'Donnell,
it's a legal question, and
Okay, would
with
you-
all due deference.
okay,
but,
go ahead.
Believe it or not, the town council is not supposed to reverse us unless they find something contrary to what we've done. In other words, there is a presumption that we are correct. So if we approve something, there is the presumption, which they ought to pay attention to and sometimes do, that we are correct. On the ones we've disapproved, which are going to be the controversial items, same presumption is there, but believe me, they'll weigh in on those. So there is an advantage as opposed to simply denying everything and then saying, well, we really didn't mean it.
No, I'm not saying denying everything. Deny it on the basis of breaking it out.
If you're a little bit pregnant, you're pregnant. And if you say no, as far as I know, that's no.
We are saying no.
So, Commissioner O'Donnell,
We are saying no.
I think what I would like to say is we did grant some exceptions here tonight. Let's make our motions then reflect that. That's what I would, since those are clear, and we were clear on those. We did we both granted and not granted, so let's go ahead and bundle them into those motions, if we can remember which ones, and I think staff has made copious notes on that. Commissioner Kane, I'll throw it back to you.
I'm going to go back to see if this will fly. I want to go back to what Mr. Suda said. And to take the whole thing back, the applicant would be clear on what our guidance is as to yeses and nos, and try to work out the difficult things with you, and then hopefully bring it back here on a timely basis, and we can give a yes or a no, and he can do what he wants after that.
Yeah, and that is the cleanest approach. Now, what Commissioner O'Donnell was pointing out is an approach that grants the applicant the right to appeal the commission's decision without the delay. what it would do is, and what I would suggest, is no matter which way you go, that if you're going to make a decision tonight, that you be very specific about what you're approving and what you're not approving. I think the last time you heard this application, it was a package denial, and I think the council was very specific that they wanted those differentiated. They wanted each modification clearly articulated as to what you're doing with it and your reasons for that.
So,
You can't
Commissioner
appeal a-
O'Donnell.
Can you appeal a remand?
No, that's why I was stating if the commission is interested in your concept, it grants the applicant the right to appeal as soon as possible.
Commissioner Kane.
I need to understand you better, Commissioner O'Donnell. I'm not interested in facilitating an appeal. I'm interested in getting a solution, and if we can send this back for a redesign on the things that bother us, we may end up with a win-win. I don't care whether he appeals it or not. I'm not saying you're not, but I'm interested in being wise and good government and giving him something he can work with, and maybe it never goes to council.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
My experience suggests to me that you're not being practical, however, because notwithstanding what we've said tonight, I would hazard the guess that the applicant doesn't agree with us. So if you think he's going to go back and just be oh, good, I'm going to do what they want me to do, God bless him. But it would be a lot easier if we at least let him get on with those things that we told him we agreed with. But if we're going to say to him, we're not going to let you do that, we're going to fool around this thing for another month, then we're going to come back and we're going to spend more time like we're doing tonight, and then we'll see what we're going to do. That, to me, is not an equitable solution, but you could be absolutely right.
I would like to say that, and there's a chance that he wouldn't appeal, but so my suggestion would be that we bundle the motions, okay, on the items. Well, the ones that we had agreement on would become one motion. Yes. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I think we can make a motion which would approve, reject, and remand in one motion.
Oh, you...
Yeah, I mean, to me,
okay.
I will make the motion, if I can get a second. The motion I would make is on this agenda item number 2, that we approve, reject, and remand in the following order.
Okay.
And that is to say we have 10 items which we have listed and which is now in the record, and I'll try to list them. But we have, and I've looked to my fellow commissioners to help me here.
Okay, we will.
First withdraw my other motion.
Oh, yeah.
I withdraw the other
Commissioner
one.
Kane, did you even finish making it? I don't remember that.
Let's take the ones we approved first. The following items would be included in my motion as being approved. Number 1 was, well, I shouldn't say number 1. Number 2 is the driveway alteration. My motion would approve that. Number 3, we would approve the plans as originally made, namely 2 retaining walls rather than 3. Number 4, which is the retaining walls at the easterly by the pool, we approve the original, not as constructed. Number 5, which is a stairway, we would not approve since it is not designed for 3 as modified. Number 6 is the grape arbor. We're not approving that. We're remanding that. And I'll come back to that in a minute. Number 7, which is the stairs to the arbor, I will come back to that when I discuss the grape arbor. Number 8, the 2 retaining walls at the arbor will be bundled, 6, 7, and 8. Number 9, which is the equipment pad, we would approve that. Number 10, which is the 200-plus feet of retaining wall / fence, we would not approve that in its entirety. Okay, now going back to those matters which are being remanded. Okay, I'll get that. Remind me in a second. On the remanded matters, the arbor, we would not have approved this arbor as originally designed. We are bending over backwards not to simply rip it out, and therefore we're asking the applicant to see if they can soften it, make it smaller, do something with it which will make it easier to grant an exception. We only have one bit of evidence on why an exception should be granted, and we'd like the applicant to take another shot at that. If the applicant does come back with a variation or a change in that, then of course we would want the stairs to be consistent with that. So too, the retaining walls by the arbor. If he changes the arbor, we would want the retaining walls to be consistent with that. Now, Commissioner Kane has pointed out to me that I've missed one other thing, and that is, which was item number 1, and that was the entranceway fence. There are fences on, and they're really not fences, they're concrete walls on both sides of the driveway. As you go into the driveway on the right-hand side, a portion of that wall is a headlight deflector wall, and it's pretty clearly visible. And we're saying on that portion of the wall, it could stay. It would have to have the fascia improvements done to it as previously described. The rest of the wall is disapproved. So that's my motion.
And the wall on the left is disapproved.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was part of it.
To make it clear, Commissioner Kane said I was not clear. It's both walls on the entryway in, except to the extent of the wall on the right, that portion of it which is used to deflect headlights.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, and we have a second by Commissioner Bourgeois. I'm not going to try to reiterate that, but perhaps, and you did a very good job, Tom, congratulations. But Mr. Suda, would you want to reiterate that? So I think you were taking the notes, so we know what we're doing.
I'll give this a shot. In terms of approval, you approved items 2 and 9. And Commissioner O'Donnell, for sake of clarification, on items 3 and 4, you're actually denying the requested modifications to items 3 and 4, because you're just simply going back to what's already approved. So in terms of flat-out approval, the motion is to approve items 2 and 9 as is. What I have is a remand for items 6, 7, and 8, that staff and the applicant will evaluate that to see if there are alternatives that are smaller or either smaller in footprint, softer in appearance, et cetera. More natural in appearance, that could replace the arbor. If not, or whatever that final solution is, that would need to be returned to the Planning Commission for final approval.
Yes. Understood. Yes.
And I have that the motion is to deny items 3, 4, 5, and 10. And then on item 1, it's a partial approval and a partial denial. You are approving the portion of the wall on the right side that is necessary to shield the headlights from the adjoining neighbors. The rest of the walls are denied.
Commissioner O'Donnell, is that it? Covers it.
Said it better.
Yeah, okay. And he did. Okay, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
I'm sorry, who is the second on that?
Oh, John Bourgeois. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? None. Motion carries.
Thank you.
6-0. Good luck.
For the record, this decision of the Planning Commission is appealable. It's appealable to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days, and forms for appeal are available at the Town Clerk's office.
Commissioners, I'm going to give us a 5-minute recess so we can regroup. And at this time, before we do that, just hang on one second. We are at 10 o'clock. We have seems to be a 90-minute, it's being proposed, a next item on Isabel Court. And I have the agenda shows 2 other applications. Perhaps we should ask those 2 applicants for Elm Street and Andalays, if they might consider coming back. Do you think we could do one? What do you think? Well, I was going to ask, what I was going to do was ask if they would mind staying later, or would you like to do them first when we come back? We could change the agenda. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
My suggestion simply was that we stay in order, So we take Isabel Court next, and I believe, with any luck at all, and I make no promises, but with any luck at all, we can do one more in order. But I'm very doubtful that in any reasonable time, we're going to be able to do the last item.
I doubt that.
If we have, and I assume we do, if the applicant's sitting out here, if we could make up our minds early, then the applicant wouldn't have to sit around and wait. The fourth or the last applicant.
Okay, all right, so then I should ask the last applicant. Yeah, and let's, consensus from the commission here. What do you think?
I
It's
suggest
10 o'clock.
That's the last two if they prefer to have.
Wait a minute. I didn't hear you. Commissioner Michichi, what?
I would suggest the last two be asked if they want to continue them to a later date. And we make the decision right now just to finish up the next item.
Okay, anybody else? All right, we agree. Okay, so can I open the public hearing to those two candidates or just ask them from the dais? Let me ask you from the dais and let me get your names. That would be Mr. Kim, are you here? Yes, would that be amenable to you? Would it be a hardship for you to come back? Or would you wait? You would wait? Okay, and it just says On Delay Properties. I have no idea who's here representing them. I have a feeling we probably will not get to you. Is this going to be a hardship for you to come back?
I don't think it should be any problem about the records, so I would, my application so has been approved.
It does? I don't think so. I don't know where that would have been reflected.
I was reading something out there.
Okay. Maybe it was a energetic newspaper. Okay. The next meeting would be April 25, and we'll have to look. Can we fit them in? We can fit you in.
Okay, well, I guess if I'm going to stay, it might not going to happen, right?
Yes, it may not happen. It's already 10 o'clock, and we traditionally like to finish somewhere between 11 or 11:30. We're not effective after that.
All right, see you the 25th.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I don't need a motion for that, do I? I do, okay. Okay, I just made that motion. Who would like to second that?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Commissioner O'Donnell. All right, thank you, it passes.
Wait, do you want?
Oh, yes.
You need to call them vote.
I'm going to call the question. I know. Call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'd like to recall the commission back to order. And we'll be, excuse me, hearing agenda item number 3, 117 Isabel Court Architecture and Site Application. And I would ask Commissioner Suda if he would like to, I don't know if that's an elevation or not, you know, I'm a little worried about that.
This is why we don't like to go past 10 o'clock.
Mr. Suda, would you like to comment, or I think we have someone ready in
Yeah,
the wings
actually,
over there. There she is.
Ms. Bailey will walk you through the application.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bailey. And the reason why is because I think Ms. Bailey's been living with this for how long?
This is 25 years.
Yeah. She knows it very well.
Okay. The applicant is requesting approval to construct a 2-story single-family residence with a detached 3-car garage. To better understand the issues in the developing the site, I'm going to be providing you some information regarding the history of the subdivision, which created the subject parcel, and which also created some challenges for the developer in providing access to the site. This is an outline of the original subdivision, or excuse me, the original parcel. Frontage to the parcel at that time was from Pinta Court, but access to the site was obtained through an access easement through this parcel on Nina Court. There were several requests to subdivide the parcel, which included a 5-lot subdivision through a plan development process, a 4-lot subdivision, and a 3-lot subdivision. The major issue of concern with the neighbors for any of these subdivision approvals, there were several concerns, but one of the major ones was the traffic that would be generated along Pinta Court. The Planning Commission, or excuse me, the Council on Appeal in 2001 approved a 3-lot subdivision. And this is the 3-lot subdivision. Conditions were imposed on the subdivision in an attempt to mitigate neighborhood concerns. One of these conditions was that no parking was allowed on Isabel Court. And if you were out at the site, you probably noticed construction workers parked out there. This is an interim period because that's the only place that construction workers can park. But once all the housing developments are done out there, there will be regulations, signs or red curbs or something to illustrate that there's no parking allowed. The other condition was that consideration shall be given to provide primary access for parcel 2, which is the subject parcel we're discussing tonight, from Nina Court, and that on-site guest parking may be provided with access. The condition reads from Pinta Court, but that would actually be from the newly created street, Isabel Court. The subdivision was recorded, and the addresses for all 3 parcels were changed to Isabel Court. In developing the site, the applicant submitted plans which originally had all access from Nina Court through the easement. And the reason why they did this was because they were trying to mitigate the concerns raised through the subdivision process. However, when meeting with the neighbors, the neighbor of this subject parcel, who has the easement, was opposed to this. And as a compromise, the applicant decided to split the access, which is permitted as a condition of approval of the subdivision, to have the primary access from Nina Court and to allow guest parking to come in off of Isabel Court. The neighbor on Nina Court and a neighbor on Pinta Court, they have conflicting oppositions to these access. So that's one of the issues you'll be discussing tonight. In addition to that, with the 2 alternatives for where the parking can go, there has been a concern from a neighbor on Isabel Court that with this alternative, with 2 different accesses, that will increase the amount of impervious coverage on parcel 2. So that concludes my portion of the presentation, since the access is one of the main issues. The applicant will be discussing the project in better detail, and will also discuss other concerns that were outlined in your report and that they have encountered with the project. Do you have any questions?
Yes. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Yes, I'm wondering what in the subdivision process led to, at the end of that cul-de-sac, a large retaining wall with an elevated flat pad? Because it seems to be height and bulk and mass are an issue on this application as well. And so I'm just wondering what led to that condition for an Arkansas application to start from that point.
Well, the site was a knoll. At one time, and there was a house on top of the knoll. I think it was located in this area right here. Are you questioning why architecture and site approval was required?
No, I'm just wondering. I want to know what led to the existing conditions of the large retaining wall at the end of the cul-de-sac with what appears to be from the street a very elevated building pad.
Mm-hmm. That was to reduce the grading without flattening the pad.
So basically, that was a knoll that was graded down.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question. How high the knoll is? How many feet above the street?
I don't know.
Is that like 6 to 8 feet?
It's roughly 8 above
feet.
the street.
Okay. That roughly is good. I mean, when I
The
visited.
retaining wall is about 5 feet, but I believe that the existing pad is another 3
Exactly.
over that wall. That's why I said 8.
Yeah, that's good.
About 8 feet. When I was out there today, that's what I observed, and I just wanted to make sure I was seeing that. Anyone else have a question this time? No. Seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Bailey. It was very clear. So at this time, I'd like to call up the applicant. Mr. Suter, did you have anything to add? Okay. I'd like to call up the applicant, and that would be, I don't know, Nielsen Architects. Did you fill out a card?
Yes, I did.
Stanley Nielsen. Thank you. Would you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Stan Nielsen. I live in Orinda, California. Yes, Ray has reviewed projects of mine in the past. The planning staff has identified 6 points that need clarification on this project, the first being the height and the mass of our proposed building. Now, those who have visited the site have seen that Cecil and Charlene are applying stucco to the front wall of their house. That front wall is the exact height of our entire house. Now, from that point, we have sloped our roof down to provide a consistent 10-foot first-story expression on the court, and that is our primary massing to bring all of that height down. We use a 12-12 pitch on the roof to provide a balance to the two houses on either side, which clearly express themselves as two-story houses. Now, that is not a criticism of those houses. What we are doing is trying to complement those houses with a house of a one-story expression. We tuck the second floor living area under the roof, and the only two-story expressions on the elevation on the front and the sides are the dormer windows. In the rear, we opened it to a full two-story expression, but we are protected by trees and by long distance to the abutting neighbors in the rear, and we have added significantly to the landscaping along the tree line. The placement of the second floor refers to early comments from the consulting architect who suggested that we step the house back near Cecil and Charlene's house and make that wing one story.
Excuse me, when you say the two names, I'm not familiar with that. So could we do, let's orient ourselves so we know exactly what you're referring to.
Cecil and Charlene's house are.
Am I facing the?
You're in the court, facing our house.
The house you've designed.
Cecil and Charlene's is on the left, and the McDonald's house is on the right.
Thank you.
With our first presentation to the consulting architect, we gave him this drawing, and this was the information we had for Cecil and Charlene's house. However, in speaking with Cecil, there was some mix-up in the survey, and his grading or his topo was off, and his house was actually much higher. So you can see where the architect would want something down at 1 story and step back here, but the actual condition is different. After we presented this to him and worked with him in other massing refinements to our plan, he was happy with what we did. He did not require the 1 story portion and it to be stepped back. And you can see that in working with him, we modified our front elevation quite a bit, making this much more sensitive to the height, mass, and bulk issue. The site access, I think, was very well described in the staff report and by Sandy, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on it. And regarding the shadow study, that's my fault. I misunderstood Sandy's request for a revised shadow study. I thought she was just asking me a question. I didn't know she was revising more information, but I did bring that tonight in large-scale sheets and half-size sheets. I do want to emphasize that it is correct. What we use is a 3D modeling program, and this is an option on the program. All the setbacks to the house exceed the minimum except for the front yard, which is at 20 feet, and the garage at the rear, the west side of the garage, which is 3 feet. We are proposing the minimum setback on the garage to reduce paved surfaces in the rear of our property and also to preserve as much of the outdoor area that we have defined as we can. The existing stone wall at the front reads as a 4 to 5 foot sheer cliff at the front of the property. We know some see it as untouchable, but we felt a dry stack wall of similar stones halfway up the size of the height of that wall would mitigate some of the sheer elevation.
Why don't you go ahead and finish your sentence, your thought.
So, and then plantings between above and below would add definition and continue to reduce the scale. To conclude, we tried to balance the concerns of the neighbors while incorporating the requirements of the development guidelines. Some of those guidelines include solar orientation and energy conservation, which we took very seriously. The house is elongated to the east-west, arranged around outdoor area opening to the east and the south for welcome solar access. We have incorporated 3-foot overhangs and porches to block the sun, the summer sun in the south. The L-shaped plan, with all of it being a single room depth, is meant to encourage cross ventilation. And finally, the garage at the rear is designed to accept solar panels, which would not be seen by any of our neighbors. We know it is impossible to please everyone. Some neighbors will object to some of these solutions, but we're here tonight seeking an approval for our proposal as presented or further definition from the Planning Commission. And I thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois, followed by Commissioner Sayoc.
I have 2 or 3, if that's
Yes,
that's okay.
fine. Please do them.
First of all, could I request that you pass around the drawing of the rear elevation that you held up? I'd like to see that. So while that's coming around, when I was on the site, I saw some orange survey stakes which look like they were on the property line. I was trying to get a feel for the setbacks. Could you confirm that those are on the property line? There were orange survey stakes that looked very close to. In particular, I'm asking about the neighbor to the left, their garage.
I was on the site after the story poles were erected, and it happened that somehow the surveyor had placed the garage, the west side of the garage, too close to the property line. Now, since that time, I have talked to him, but I have not gone and looked at that specifically. But he assured me that the building is accurately marked, and there is 3 feet between the property line and the edge of it.
Okay, thank you. And My last question is, I believe there was a recommendation from someone to consider a cellar element to this house. Did you consider it? Why did you not propose that? I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Cellars, it's very difficult to get any sort of ventilation and decent light into cellars. You're always dealing with areaways and just other ways to get light and fresh air down there. The option was to the other option was to do it the way that we did, to make a strong first floor statement with our house and push the second floor back, and that's the one we chose to do.
Okay, and Commissioner Sayoc?
During your comments just right now, you mentioned that the front setback is 20 feet?
Yes.
The minimum, I believe, is 25, so are we granting an exception there also?
Ms. Bailey, would you answer that, please?
Their plans show 25 feet.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
And then if I have one more question.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm looking now at the arborist report.
Yes.
There were several recommendations in the report that I did not see in your plans, specifically relocation of tree 7 and tree 8.
Yes, we would like not to do that, and it's for a very simple reason. Those are deodar cedars, and in order to remove those with an automatic spade machine, you'll have to get up close to it. So you'll be removing all the branches from 4 to 6 feet off the ground to get that spade in there, to dig down, lift it up, and then move it over to another hole and transplant it. Now, in the process of this, we're maiming the tree. Who knows if that'll ever grow out and look like it should. And plus, we don't know what the chances are of survival. And we spent several $100s to do that. I think it's much better to cut down the tree and put in another tree. Even as mitigation, we're happy to bring in a large box tree for each one we cut down. We just want to make sure that we get a good-looking tree on the property.
Okay, Commissioner Sayoc, did you have another question?
One last question. With regards to the garage, in the staff report, one of the suggestions, I should say, that they had to reduce the setback was to actually make it a one-car garage? Is that something that you looked into?
Well, I think they wanted to make it a two-car garage. But 3 is almost the minimum we can do. And I know it was also recommended that we have a walkway along that side, and that's exactly what we have. We just covered it. The garage itself is actually 8 to 9 feet off of the property line. We just came out with a covered walkway to make to come up to the 3 feet. And we also did it that way, locating the walkway there, because the foundations required there would be far less stressful on the large tree that's on Cecil and Charlene's property.
So I have a question. In Larry Cannon's letter dated October 25th, he suggested that the left side of the house be moved back and
Yes.
reduced to 1 story. And can you tell me why you did not follow along with that, or did not? And I'm speaking mostly because of the massing issue.
Well, yes. As I explained before, we were working. Well, first off, we had negotiated this plan with our neighbors, and it was just going to take us all the way back to the beginning to add or to change the plan this drastically. The other thing is that the house, this was not represented correctly. We were given these drawings to work from, but they weren't accurate. So you can see why he would do that, because this house does tower above this, but the actual condition is this.
Thank you. I have one other question for you, and that's the elevation on the front of your plans.
Yes.
I'm looking at that, and I don't see how that's represented. That's not what I saw today. I mean, the house to the left, did you just pick forms for the house to the left and the right?
No, no.
I mean, the house to the left does not look to be in the position that it actually is, nor the house to the right have these extra buildings in front of it. Oh, I guess it's one building. So is this, oh, I'm sorry, here, why don't you,
Sorry, here you go.
there you go, okay.
I'm sorry, now, could you?
Well, it just, if this is representative, first the question is this representative of what you see in the cul-de-sac?
I believe it is. It might be opened up a little bit so you can see the relation between the houses. But yes, these are fairly accurate representations of what's there.
Okay, I consider that not accurate if it's opened up.
Oh.
I mean, the siding of this house is totally different than is represented here. The reason I bring that up is that sometimes, you know, people look at visuals like this and take, this is what is there. Do you see what I'm saying? And it gives, it's a misrepresentation.
Exactly what you're saying.
All right, so I just wanted to clear that up.
What we were trying to show with this was the comparison of the massing and not the accurate representation.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, so we would probably not, we'll have to discount that in some way. And so this elevation shows that front wall as being, I mean, what's the size? What would the measurement be of this wall at this point? I mean, in this elevation here?
It would still be 5 feet. It's just that we've put another dry stack stone wall in front of it. We're hoping to.
Wow, so
make
where
it
am I
step
standing?
up.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
So it's not so sheer.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions. Does anyone else? No. Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to call, I have several cards in my hand, and we'll call you up in a few minutes. Steve McDonald. When you come to this podium, please state your name and your address.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, Steve McDonald. I live at 115 Isabel Court with my wife Diane. And basically, we're here to express our concerns about the mass.
You're one of the neighbors on Isabel Court, are you?
Yeah, there's only 3 houses. I'm the one on the right. As you stand in the court, right.
The one that's misrepresented, okay.
Right. And I'm just going to read my points. So I'm just going to read the points that I have written down here. We understand that the applicant's design may meet all the quantitative requirements that the Lost Gas building requirements, like floor area ratio and height and setback. However, if the town approved the design based on numbers, there wouldn't be any need for the story pole process. The story pole provides a real-life view of the design to validate, among other things, the mass compatibility with the surrounding houses. When viewing the story poles from the Isabel Court, standing in the court, it's obvious the design is not compatible with the houses on the court. The width of the applicant's house is approximately 75 feet wide, with all the front mass on the street side. Basically, it looks like it's in your face. This design gives the perception that the house is much larger than our house and even larger than the adjacent house, which is on Lot 3, which even has a larger square footage. On February 26th and 27th, I discussed our concerns with the applicant and recommended that he consider the town architects. It was item 5 recommendation noted in the October 25th, 2006 letter to the town. It would have moved a portion of the house, the left side of the house, back and to a 1-story height mass. I mentioned to the applicant that our house took this issue into consideration, lowering the garage by 4 feet and moving back from the front of the house. This is similar to the town architect. The applicant said he would look into this and see what he could do. On March 14th, the representative of the applicant met with us, and we thought we'd be reviewing design changes that would mitigate our concerns. However, no changes were made. They were not willing to make any mass changes to the front, as this would not fit the style of the house they wanted, and no further mitigation options were offered by the applicant's representative. Since the applicant was unwilling to compromise with design to change the front of the house, did not offer any further mitigation recommendations, and due to our exasperating and unproductive experience with applicants during the past year, we felt it would be futile to discuss this any further and would formally take our concerns to the Planning Commission, which we're doing now. We sent a letter stating our concerns to the Planning Commission, the Planning Department, on March 25th, and we understand this letter was forwarded to the applicant.
Can you wrap up in the next 30 seconds?
Okay. We haven't received any comments back from the applicant, and we would respectfully ask that the Commission take some sort of mitigation conditions to address our concerns about the mass. And also, I'd just like to say that one of our neighbors, Mrs. Nolan, also agrees with this mass concern. It was on 123 Pentagon.
Okay, would you please wait there? Let's see if we have any questions of the speaker. Seeing none? No? Okay, thank you very much. All right. Charlene Abrams?
I'm Charlene Abrams, owner of 119 Isabel Court, and I'm part of the Charlene of Charlene and Cecil. Okay, so our main concerns regarding the proposed house are as follows, listed in order of importance. The proposed structure casts shadows over our house, creating a dark tunnel between the two houses. The shadows cast upon 119 Isabel Court leave that side of the house in darkness until well past 9 a.m. You have a picture in your file, and I've got a color picture of that if you can't see it well enough. Those rooms on that side have no hope of ever seeing the early morning sun, even though they're on the east side of the house. I realize that this will vary by month and that the shadow study shows that on the longest day of the year, the shadows will not impact our house after 9 a.m. However, I am concerned about the shadowing for most of the rest of the year, not just on the longest summer days. The Cannon report dated October 25th notes, quote, "It may be that a 5-bedroom house is too large for these conditions." It also states that it would be highly desirable to limit the height of the structure at its west end to 1 story in height to provide a height transition to the lower adjacent home. This recommendation was never incorporated into the later revisions. We believe that following the recommendations in the Cannon Group report will alleviate our concerns, that is, removing the 2nd story on the west side and adding these rooms into a walkout basement in the back instead. Second, the entire house proposed has its full mass of 2 stories facing the court. In addition, the house is so pushed to the west side of the lot that it is only 14 feet from the property line of 119 Isabel Court, but over 75 feet from 115 Isabel Court. This causes significant privacy concerns for our house, but also aesthetically it looks odd for the 2 houses to be so crowded next to one another. Our neighbors indicated the siting of our house on our lot, and we gladly complied with their requests and concerns, including reducing a 3-car garage to a 2-car garage and making sure that headlights, scooting it up to the front of the property so headlights would not go into their property. Again, following the Cannon Group and the staff recommendations to remove the 2nd story on that side and add a basement would alleviate our concerns. Third, the applicant proposes to remove approximately 25 feet of the existing retaining wall for a guest parking area. This wall matches the retaining wall running along the entire length of the other side of the street and was built as a condition of approval to the subdivision. We would like to see the wall remain intact and all parking be placed at the rear of the house near the garage. However, if the guest parking area is allowed, the result would be a 50-foot wide expanse of concrete on the court comprised of the proposed guest parking area and the McDonald's driveway, separated only by a 3-foot wide wall between them. I believe this will be very unsightly to the neighborhood.
Thank you. Okay, do we have questions? I see a question of Commissioner Bourgeois.
Hi, thank you for your comments. You said that in the development of your plans, you changed your house siding to accommodate the neighbors' concerns.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that a little more? I wasn't quite clear on how and where you moved the house.
We made sure, we went door to door with the plans and asked where they would like to see the house. and whether any views would be blocked. And so we cited it such that the Lovitz would retain their view, that the Radniches, who were down below, they didn't want to have cars coming in, and we originally had a 3-car garage, changed that, moved it forward to the property closer to the street, and kind of turned it in that sort of awkward angle that you probably saw, so that you actually need to back out, so that it would never, that headlights would never reach their property, which is down below.
And so the result is that your house now has, I believe, a 10-foot setback from the property that's in question?
Right. Yeah, because the Lovitz said we would block their view if we went any further down the hill.
And the garage?
The garage is because of the Radniches down below.
Okay. But am I correct that that garage is pretty close to the property line right now?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's close to the
It looked like the eaves were like,
They're close, but it's practically underground.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to,
Yes.
I wanted to make sure I had all the
It's pretty
setbacks
much
right.
almost an underground garage.
Thank you.
I have a question. How, now you also have guest parking because there's no parking allowed on the Isabel Court,
The
correct?
guest parking is the driveway.
Right. So how big is that area?
It's about, well, we work with Sandy, but it's about 20 feet wide, and it goes from the street to the garage.
Right. And how many
Which
cars
would be
does that
best.
accommodate if you were having guests over
maybe-
comfortably?
I don't know, maybe 4, 5, depends how big. Sandy
Okay.
thinks 4.
And again, it's 20 feet by what?
20 feet by 35, maybe?
Okay.
I'm not quite sure, because
All right.
it's at a funny angle. You probably noticed it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. I don't have any more questions. All right. Thank you. Citizen Ray.
Well, here we go again. The mountainside is at risk. With a flatland style cut pad, steroid, in your face, phallic appeal, okay? Curb appeal doesn't count anymore. We've now gone to phallic appeal. Upright and stiff and in your face, okay? And is this a perfect example of that? I drove up there today and took a look at the story poles. And I'm parked in the middle of the Isabel Court. The proposed development looks like one massive home that intertwines with the other very large home on the inn at 119. There's no visual separation where one stops and the other one starts. It is unbelievable how ugly for a mountainside home that this proposition is. This man from Orinda is where we took a stand against this kind of obscenity. I don't know why he wasn't listening when I was there. So, and furthermore, this grossly shoehorning of this property in there, in a 3-lot subdivision, I want you to know that 6 years ago when I first got here, there was a 5-lot subdivision proposed for this very same property. 5 lots. And the neighbors and myself and others fought. And one man from Cisco, who has since sold this property and moved, put over $100,000 into legal fees to see that the 5-lot, 4-lot was reduced down to some kind of proper density. So here we have a 3-lot subdivision, and it's still not big enough because the architects are fighting to see how much square footage they can put on the mountainside and rape, pillage, and plunder Los Gatos, okay? What an insult to due process. What an insult to the public process of Los Gatos. I can't believe it. And it goes on and on and on. We had one beautiful home up at McCarthy that fulfilled all the hillside design guidelines and just went ramming-cackling through the process here, no particular problem. And that's what we need again and again.
Thank you, Mr. Citizen Ray.
Not these
Thank
obscenities.
you, Citizen Ray. Okay, the last speaker card I have, and if I have anybody else that would like to speak after this, I don't want to overlook you. Okay, in that case, Andy Lovett. Would you state your name and address? Thank you.
My name is Andy Lovett. I live at 128 Nina Court, and I am going to be very brief because I'm hungry and tired. I live directly behind Cecil and Charlene, so
could you give us an address?
It's 128 Nina Court, so I live to the right of 132 Nina Court. My left side of my property is right alongside where that easement goes through to the parking garage that's being proposed. So I have two concerns. One is actually where the garage is going to be located on the Nina side versus the Isabel side. I'm concerned about noise. My master bedroom is on the left side of that property, close to the left corner. So once the structure's up and a tenant is living there, I'm concerned about noise of cars going up and down through my neighbor's property to get to the garage. The other concern I've noticed on the plans, there's a terrace that's proposed on the second floor of the house. And if you look out off the left side of the terrace, you can see my property, and the way my house is structured, it runs across the hill and the property drops down where I have a pool that would be in wide open view of where the terrace would be able to, where they would be able to see off the terrace. That's all I had.
Okay, do we have any questions? I have a question. Oh, yes, Commissioner Bourgeois, go ahead.
No. I'm sorry, you can go ahead. I'm still formulating my questions.
Okay. So you live on the property that would be behind this house, correct?
It's, if you're looking at the house, it's behind slightly to the left.
Right. And did you know about the easement? I mean, have you lived there a long time? Did you know about this easement?
I've lived there for 3 years,
Okay,
so I came in late into the process.
Did you know about the easement, however?
Vaguely. You know,
Vaguely.
Vaguely. I didn't know the details of the easement.
Because I mean, when you saw the driveway, I think that driveway was there, or that.
I was told it's been there for like years and years and years.
Okay. You didn't inquire about that?
Well, I didn't inquire. The lot was empty for quite a bit of time, you know. Until the story poles didn't go up, it didn't really hit me.
Okay. Thank you. All right. No question? Thank you. Okay, that was the last speaker card I had, so I'm going to invite the applicant back up for a rebuttal.
I'm going to try to take these in order. The story poles. What story poles do is they define the outline of the building, but because you can see through them, there is no indication of how the massing is working to bring everything down and to make it more human scale. That's the problem with the story poles, because the houses on that court are basically the same height. Ours is about a foot, maybe a little more than a foot higher than the McDonald's, and it's 4 feet less than Cecil and Charlene's. And as I explained before, we're trying to create a one-floor expression for that house on the court. And although I like Ray's definition of it, it's really more of a traditional style, it's a traditional shingle style cottage that there are examples of that in Los Gatos. The guest parking area in the front, what we did, that's 20 feet wide. It's 20 feet wide so we can get emergency vehicles up in it. It's also wide enough for 2 parking places. We're putting interlocking pavers there that are porous pavers, so they are not shedding water into the street, that they will absorb. The other thing about them is that we had to go up the full setback and park outside of the setback. That's why it appears to be so long. I guess we can talk to the neighbors about more visual separation between the house. I mean, it is possible to move our house over to create more room between our house and Cecil and Charlene's, but it also starts to get it closer to the McDonald's house. The other thing that accomplishes, though, is it gets some of the frontage of the house off the court and to the side so that it's not as apparent, which seemed to be Steve's complaint with it, or one of his complaints with it. I want to point out that our house is less than 3,500 square feet. It's not an enormous house. It's not a 6,000 square foot house. And with regard to the pool, that was the reason that we have a tree right in the center and the rear of our garage, was to block that view toward that house. But all the other ones are fairly well shielded from any view from that upstairs patio. And just lastly, you know, well, I guess it doesn't matter much, but the phrase tunnel effect leads one to believe that we're prohibiting any sun to shine on Charlene's house. But as the staff report points out, we're 4 feet over from the minimum setback, and there's 24 feet between the house. And we have a roof that comes down at a 45-degree angle, providing them much more sun than if the position of the houses had been reversed.
Okay, thank you. Did you have one more comment? I mean, I think you've addressed everything. Commissioners, do you have a question? Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm just curious. You set the house the way you did, and now you've said that you, I suppose, if it was significant, might be willing to move the house a little bit.
Well, I'm suggesting that one of the problems of the site is that the northeast portion really tails off down to an irrigation trench. So I was trying to stay away from it. Also, I tried to stay away from the downslope neighbors down there, because as a house comes up to them, it destroys the privacy in their backyard. So we were sort of really wedged into the place we are. But if we moved over, we might be able to move over a couple of feet. And I'd like to suggest it, but I'd also like to study it and make sure that it would work. But that might not be acceptable.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. I understand your concerns, but if you're saying you might be able to move it a little, you're just not sure, it is possible that moving it a little bit would be a help. Mm-hmm. But so you'd like to, if that were the commission's request, you would take a look at it and see what the downside would be.
Okay, do I have any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'll close the public hearing on testimony on this, commissioners. We have a application in front of us that the staff has asked for actually specific directions as they relate to the following, and I'll read them in a minute just to refresh your memories. But it would behoove us, I think, to make sure that we really determine and find specific sightings in the general plan for this. This is not a hillside house, and I was surprised at that. But this is not designated a hillside house. So, but certainly there are policies in the general plan that it does apply to. So we need to provide the direction to staff regarding the following: compatibility in terms of height and mass, location of the site access, placement of the second floor, setbacks of the house and detached garage, revision of the shadow study, but I think that's been done. Right, so on this plan. And addition of a dry stacked wall in front of the existing retaining walls. So does the commission have any further questions of staff before we begin our discussion? Okay, none. All right. You do have one. Okay, Commissioner Sayoc.
To Ms. Bailey, one of the things that I've heard is perhaps moving the house more to the right. And I want to disclose that I have been to the site, and while I was there, I briefly spoke with two neighbors. The house right behind it, if you move it to the right, it seems like you would encroach more on their property. Yet one of Exhibit I is a letter from them, and I just want to make very clear that they actually support moving it to the right also. So are you familiar with?
Is that the people at 132 Nina Court?
Correct.
Yeah, they could not be here tonight, and they did have a concern with the setback. They did not have an opportunity to look at the plans. They were looking at the story poles. And in discussing the matter with them, they thought maybe it was the detached garage they had a concern with the setback, but they weren't certain. But you are correct. During the subdivision process, the neighbors towards the east actually did have a concern with where the house would be located for parcel 2, and surprisingly, none of them seem to be here tonight.
They were notified, however. Okay. All right. Commissioner Michichi, let's start with you.
I listened to John ask the question about why they didn't consider a cellar. I think they should have given some thought to putting some of this underground, because I think it would have alleviated a lot of the issues that are becoming apparent to us right now. So, I would like to understand if they should look at that, or look at something, putting some part of it underground, not necessarily a full basement, but one that would appear to reduce the mass and bulk to me and make it more compatible to the neighborhood.
Okay, I'll try to take notes on this, and you'll help, right, Mr. Suda? Thank you. Okay. So there's one thought for a more consideration given to cellar. And I don't know if consideration is the right word, or if you'd like to make it more specific. Okay, fine. Yes. Commissioner O'Donnell.
As I understand that comment, it would be a trade-off. I mean, personally, I can see why people like to avoid basements, cellars, that kind of thing. In my judgment, it just is not as nice as surface and above surface houses. So that would be a trade-off, and they'd have to figure out, well, can we reduce the bulk and size another way? So you're not saying that's the way to do it. You're saying that's a possibility. I'm looking at this list of things, and I can just say this: the addition of dry stack stone, I actually think that's a good thing. I've looked at that wall. I don't find that particularly attractive, and to try to soften the look of that wall with the dry stack stone, I think would be, personally, if it were across the street from me, I think it would be a benefit. The location of the site access, this easement and the guest parking in front, I think is a compromise, and it doesn't seem to be a bad compromise. It cuts down the amount of traffic that will come on the long-standing easement, because it'll just be used basically by the owners. And the parking off the street is necessary, and space for 2 cars is about the minimum you could do. So I think it is a good compromise. So I guess I'm trying to pick the things that I find easier to say, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. As far as ability, the comment of compatibility in terms of height and mass, the house is reasonably compatible with its neighbors. It may be that shifting it to the right a bit would remove some of the objections of the immediate neighbor to the left, open up the comment about tunnel and that kind of thing. As far as I think that's worth looking at. As far as the bulk and mass is concerned, I think it is good that they've reduced it the way they have. I would say that I don't think 3,500 square feet is a massive home really at all. It's a nice size home. It is a little, the design does appear a little heavy on the top, but only addressing the one side of it, to me, doesn't really help from a frontal view. So I'm not, I throw that out as a question. I'm just not sure how that solves, if you perceive this to be a problem, and I'm not sure I do, because I think that if we look at the size of the homes in the neighborhood, this is not out of line. So the only positive suggestion I have is to consider moving the house a little bit to what I call the left. I'm dead on, so I'm looking to the right. So those are my only comments.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I have very similar feelings, actually. I think the site access and parking issue is, you know, you split the baby in half, and no one's probably going to be happy, and that's probably the right decision. That seems to make sense to me. So, again, that retaining wall, when you drive up, that is such a prominent feature, and I agree. So anything you can do to soften that, step it up, have some landscaping in there, that was really visually it's the first thing you notice when you drive down that street. And this is a big house in a neighborhood of big houses. When you look at the square footage, though, it's smaller square footage-wise, but it gives the appearance of being bigger. And I think that's where the problem lies for us. But I think that's also a constraint of the site, because they're already starting at a disadvantage. They're starting at the end of the cul-de-sac. So visually, there's not much interesting they can do. I mean, you're taking that visual straight on, and they're starting 8 feet up from the road. So I think they're starting with a disadvantage. So I'm trying to look at it in that context, but I think putting some of it underground, especially in the back where it slopes down and you can have that whole back side stepping out onto grade maybe, would have been a nice compromise. So I'm not far away from where Commissioner O'Donnell is.
Okay. I would like to weigh in on this as well, if I may, unless somebody wanted to go before me. Okay. I found that when I drove up, what I was seeing a house, actually the story poles without walls, that was rather imposing on the cul-de-sac. It really took all of the, I mean, your eyes were right there. Now, granted, the house to the left has the advantage of being able to cascade down the hillside to hide some of their mass. This is a trickier lot. Not only are you above the street, but you're also somewhat on the top. It's a knoll almost. So now that's a little bit harder to design, but it's there and it's tricky, and I still think you can design around that. I thought Larry Cannon's first suggestions were very good about reducing the one side for a transition and moving it back. I think that would alleviate a lot of that mass. Let's see. So as far as the driveway is concerned, you know, I'm sorry about that, but if I had bought the house next to a driveway like that, I think I probably would have researched it a bit more and found out what is this to and what's going to happen. It would have been, I would have factored that into me living there. But in a way, it's trading. We're not intensifying any kind of garage or car issues. I mean, we're just trading off one garage in the back instead of in the front. They have to put the parking somewhere, can't park on the street, so it has to go there. I would just, visually, it has to be reduced. It's placed the length of the lot. I think that looking at how else you could place that house on whether it's turned or you have to redesign one side to bring it down to one story and then transition up, I think a little more work has to be done with that. And I think you've been hearing from staff about, they suggested a cellar as well. We have in our general plan policy about that. We have many fine examples of people who have used cellar to hide visible mass and have been quite successful at it with light wells. And I'm sure the staff would be able to point those out to you around the house, around the town, if you'd like to see them. We try to make a project as best we can. It can't ever be perfect, and we all have to give. And this is certainly a compromise situation. Let's see what else. But, you know, we do have neighbors that are going to be impacted, no matter what you do. So I think we have to listen to our neighbors as well. We all have to live together there. We'd like to see that you do it with some respect for each other. That's all I have to say about that. But I think most of what I talked about is specific to the general plan. I mean, I don't want to have to, you know, recite it by verse, but it's one of them is review all development applications in light of the overall mass and scale of the development. Really applies. Okay. That's all I have to say right now. Commissioner Sayok, we haven't heard from you, or Commissioner Kane.
Would you prefer to go first, or I'll just go down? I guess I'll go with the first one with the rocks. I agree. I see no harm in putting that. I think it would soften it, so I would be in support of that. Location of site access. I feel that what the council and the commission had reached in 2001 was a good compromise, and so I don't want to revisit that. I do want to talk about the mass. I do feel it is bulky, and I very much like the town architect's initial recommendation where you push the left-hand side of the house back and perhaps make it a first story. When I approached the house, I had to double check my plans because I thought the story poles were actually part of 119, and I was looking for where is 115. So if you can either move it to the right so that it hides it a little bit more when you approach the court, or if you can do some of the recommendations that the town architect had proposed, I think that would help reduce the mass, and it wouldn't create such a... I was with my daughter at the time, and she thought it was this castle up on the hill, and I'd like to avoid that feeling. I also came from the backside, and I am concerned. I recognize the neighbor isn't here, but from their lot 132, I believe it's Pinta.
Yes.
The house does look very imposing on them, and so perhaps if with these changes, it could somehow soften it. And I also saw it from the other speaker's house. So from the backside, it is very imposing, especially since they are up on that hill. So I think some revisions are necessary, and the proposed design as it is a little too bulky for my taste.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kane. Do you have a question?
Yeah, for staff. Was this PD up before us in subdivision in 7-6? Was it in early 2004? Was there activity on this property?
Not for the subdivision. The council approved the subdivision in 2001.
Maybe for one of the other houses coming up on an ANS?
You probably saw 119
Yes.
Isabel Court.
I remember being up there 2 years ago, and I remember coming back and saying, why isn't that hillside? This is a hilltop. This is a crest and ridge policy guideline. You can't get a lot up there because of the contour. Even then I knew. Why isn't this hillside?
I can't answer specifically why this particular area is in hillside. What I can tell you is the council's adopted a designated area that they consider the hillside area to which the hillside guidelines apply. It was not a parcel by parcel study, but rather an area-wide study.
Because it does seem to be a knoll, and for that reason, anything that you build on the top of the knoll will have extra prominence. And when I turned right into Isabel Court, and I had the same impression everybody else did, that it's just huge and overbearing. And that may be because of the story pole phenomenon, because the other two houses just seem to be settled in and earth warm, soft, fuzzy. And then there's this big guy with his broad front and high slopes, and I was standing there in the rain. You're going to have an easier way to get into the house other than that ladder, right? Because that's a tricky part. It's a very nice ladder, but there's got to be a better way. I read Larry Cannon's letter in the pouring rain. And we're dedicated, so and I'm in agreement with it that if we could take the left side and move it back, or the right side move it back, take off the second story, put in a cellar, move the whole thing over from left to right without moving the right, Because it's such a broad front compared to the other two houses. That's where and what am I talking about? I'm talking about neighborhood compatibility, I think. It just doesn't square with the other two houses. It's on top of the knoll, which makes it more guilty, more suspect, more in your prominence. And that's the problem with the contour of the land. If it was more narrow at the hip and the back was...
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kane.
And the right side was set back, it would get it away from the other house.
Yeah.
Okay, as in I'm done? No, I'm not.
Would you like to go, you probably want to move to another issue, right?
No, I'm fine. And in terms of what one of the neighbors said, the three-car garage just seems crowded into the tailback of the property. And I'm not trying to design, but I just think it'd be more comfortable for a two-car. And you might save those 2 pine trees while you're at it.
Okay.
Am I done?
I don't know, are you? I think you are. Thank you. Commissioner Bourgeois.
It's okay with the chair. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, see if we can
Okay.
get it to fly.
That would be good. And then we can bundle everything in one motion. We've had such a great example of it before, so.
Well, I don't know if we're going to have much to bundle with my motion, but I'm going to move that we remand this back to staff so that they work with the applicant with the following specific directions to address the issue of height and mass. And that I would like for the applicant to consider the following to achieve the goal of reducing height or bulk and mass. And that would be to reconsider Mr. Cannon's recommendation of pushing back something on the left side, potentially increasing the setback on the left side, potentially using a basement. I'm trying to give them enough room to be creative. I'm not trying to design, to perhaps add some sort of basement or cellar element to reduce that. I would like to see the square footage of the garage reduced, potentially to a 2-car garage. And I would like to see the 2 cedar trees relocated. And that would be the extent of my motion. Or saved, yes.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. And do I have any comments at this time? Did we, to the maker of the motion, did you want to address anything about placement of the second floor? Well, I guess you did with the cellar. I guess you did everything. And did you say stacked wall?
I do not want that to be part of my motion. I'm fine with the dry stacked wall the way it's designed.
Okay.
I'm fine with the side access. Anything that was not a part of my motion, I'm fine with.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. And Commissioner Kane.
I don't understand, Commissioner, in terms of the front of the house. How do they get in? What are you doing to the existing wall?
Well, I'm not doing anything to the existing wall.
You don't want the wall in front of it.
They're proposing a separate dry stack wall in front of the existing wall to soften the visual effect of that abrupt wall.
But the approach as it's designed is okay with you without the front wall. To get into the house, they're going to cut the wall.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, I agree.
I'm wondering if we need to have a landscape plan.
I thought the landscape plan included was actually very good.
Did you? Okay. Well, I was thinking for the front wall. Is it marked up? I probably didn't notice it. All right.
I thought they actually used plants that are recommended in the hillside design guidelines.
Okay.
So I thought the planting palette was well chosen.
Right. All right. Well, we have a motion and a second, and we have, I think we understand it, so I'm going to call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed? None. Seeing no opposition, the motion carries 6-0.
Just to confirm, that motion was to a date uncertain.
Oh, yes.
Correct?
We need to, yes.
Or do you wish to do it to a date certain? We would suggest if we can find a date certain, that's a better approach.
If you can find a date, that would be great.
And if the applicant would be here while we give him the date certain.
Is that May
Yes.
23rd?
Mr. Nielsen, we're going to come up with a date certain for you, maybe 2 months from today or something.
We're checking the length of the upcoming event.
Okay.
May 23rd is our suggestion.
May 23rd, 2007, would that be adequate time for you to come back?
Yes, we might be able to have it sooner than that. Are you going to reserve that time for us? Is it possible for us to come earlier? Let's ask.
I don't know, we'll have to ask. We want to give you, the time that you deserve.
Yeah, it's May 9th will be long, not because there's a lot of items, but we do have Linda Avenue, that PD on there. That's going to be a lengthy one. Also want to ensure that there's adequate time to meet with the neighbors and then come up with the design approach.
Why don't we do May 23rd? I think it'll be much better for all of us. Thank you so much, and thank you for being patient. Good luck. Okay, with that, how about this? We are going to get to item number 4. 42 Elm Street.
I'd like to make a motion.
But wait a minute. No, what time is it?
No, I wanted to make a motion.
You can't. Wait a minute. Okay, I think we're within our time limit. Do I need to assess any more? No. Okay. So let's bring up the applicant for item number 4. And that would be, well, first of all, I was just going to ask, Mr. King, thank you for reminding me. You are, 5 minutes ago. Mr. Suda, do you have a staff report on this?
Actually, Elizabeth Pettis, one of our assistant planners, is going to provide you with that staff report.
Thank you.
This is conditional use permit U0724 for 42 Elm Street. The applicant is requesting approval to modify an existing conditional use permit to allow for a yogurt and coffee business on property zone C2. And this will be to permit a high turnover sit-down restaurant that will serve organic coffee, drinks, frozen yogurt, flavored teas, and fruit smoothies. Have a total of 12 seats, indoors and outdoors, with the hours of operation between 10 a.m. and 9 p.m. The previous tenant, Cafe Rouge, received approval for a conditional use permit on August 21st, 2006 for a high turnover sit-down restaurant, which allowed a total of 12 seats indoors and outdoors, with the hours of operation between 6 a.m. and 1 a.m. 7 days a week, with beer and wine service with meals, wine tasting, alcohol service, and retail alcohol sales between the hours of 11 a.m. and 11 p.m., and outdoor seating.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Kane.
In that Cafe Rouge is out, does the CUP regarding alcohol become a sunset policy? Is that now gone? Would a future tenant need to reapply, or would it be grandfathered?
It can continue to exist under the existing permit if it's reactivated within 1 year. Under this proposal, the applicant is not proposing any alcohol service, and that's included in a condition of approval.
So it may be a sunset in 1 year.
Yes.
Well, if you grant this permit, the use permit is immediately changed. The alcohol service must cease once they open their business.
And a new tenant would need to reapply in the future.
If they wanted to restore the alcohol service, they would have to come back.
Okay, thank you very much.
If they come back
Commissioner
before a year,
Michichi?
do they have to?
Commissioner Michichi has a question for staff. Yes.
If they came back before the year was up, would they have to?
If you do not approve this permit, or this applicant chooses not to implement the conditional use permit, chooses to reopen the previous Cafe Rouge business, they can do so under the previous CUP. Once, assuming you approve this permit, once it's implemented, it's done. The alcohol service goes away.
All right, so any other questions? Seeing none, I'd like to have the applicant, Jamie Kim, come up to the podium and state your name and address for us. Thank you very much, and please adjust the mic so we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Jimmy Chang. I live in 991 Altamar Terrace in San Jose, California. I'm here to represent the new Delati proposal. We're here to request an approval to modify the existing conditional use permit to allow low-fat frozen yogurt as a primary and coffee and drinks, mostly ice blended, as a secondary use or service for the business on this property. We believe our proposal or our proposed use is very suitable for the current location, given that immediate surroundings are restaurants, retails, and actually right across the street from Elm Street is a small or gift shop. So given the condition, we believe it's suitable. Our store, we think it will bring more friendly environment, especially to the pedestrians who are walking along Elm Street and eventually North Santa Cruz Street, because there's a public parking lot which kind of opens up to the right next to the store. We're actually forfeiting our current use permit that allowing alcohol and alcohol sales, and we're actually asking to provide healthy, low-fat tart frozen yogurts with fresh fruit toppings. Our low-fat tart soft-serve yogurt is actually very different from traditional frozen yogurts. One, it's really hard to describe the taste actually without tasting it. But if I may kind of compare, the new frozen yogurt that we're proposing versus the traditional frozen yogurt, if you had an experience, say, with 31 Baskin-Robbins ice cream versus Italian gelato, there is a significant difference. Yes, it is the same ice cream if you were to categorize it, but as far as the taste-wise, it is very different. And we believe if someone's really like the flavors that were provided by 31 Baskin-Robbins, they'll go there. If someone likes the sherbets that were provided by Italian gelato, they'll go there. So as far as the taste, that's an example of how it is different. Also, the new low-fat tart, that's the tart part that provides the little bit more sour taste, and unlike from the traditional yogurt, which is more creamy. Right? It's hard to describe the taste. And also, in addition to that, we're we're proposing that it will have fresh fruit toppings, and our display on the counter, it has a topping area where it will be refrigerated and has a fresh toppings. And as you can see on the business plan, images are we put the visual images there as a reference. And we believe our proposal will actually, serve the neighborhoods. And we did a survey, and there are a lot of supporters who signed this document, and it was provided to them, provided to you guys as a supplement. And also, and in a bigger area, I think it just adds another, store that you can actually. It's different and it's unique, and it's one of a kind in Los Gatos. And I think it would add a lot of values to the community. That's it.
Do we have any questions of the applicant? Okay, I do as well. Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois and then Commissioner Kane.
Thank you for your presentation, for providing the business plan stuff in the packet. That was really good to see. I just want to make sure, I want to understand how familiar you are with our downtown, and between where you are and Main Street, there are a number of ice cream, gelato, yogurt places, as well as coffee shops. So you kept saying you're unique. How are you different from what's already there, and are you aware of this kind of saturation of this use in this block? And I'd just like your thoughts on that issue.
Yeah, actually we are, when we were first putting together these business plans a few months ago, we are aware of we did some marketing research, and we are aware that there are, I believe, one that particularly says they have frozen yogurts. And the way we see it is that store is actually located more towards the Main Street and and actually all the reference stores are located on North Santa Cruz Street, where our location, it tends to serve more towards the Los Gatos Boulevard and the shopping area in the Los Gatos Boulevard and the Elm Street. So yes, it is a reasonable distance, but far as the location wise, I think it serves a different area. And two, as far as the taste wise, if you look at the since we didn't provide you with the other traditional frozen yogurts ingredients breakdowns, but if you look at the business plans, at least our machines are different. It's actually private. One of the companies that manufactures the machine in Ohio, and that's where we're getting the machines. And so the mixture itself to create this soft-serve frozen yogurt is different, meaning the ingredients are a little different. The fat is significantly low. Sugar is very minimal. And that's when we said it's healthy frozen yogurt. And you know, it's really hard to describe the taste, but at least gelato was an example. It's not a gelato. It's not an ice cream. It is a frozen yogurt. And in reference to your question.
Okay, Commissioner Kane, did you want to go next? No. Okay, Commissioner Sayoc. Okay, yes, all right. You were next, but that's right. Fine, go ahead.
Thank you for your comments. Your concept and your business plan is very intriguing, but when you were looking at potential places, were there other places in consideration besides 42 Elm Street?
As far as I know, 42 Elm Street was the store that was available. You know, no, we did not look at the other locations because the other locations weren't available. I don't have further, I can't have further information for that. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Kane, and then Commissioner Michichi.
The concept of Delati is it someone has purchased a franchise?
No, it's not.
It's not a franchise.
No, it's a name that we came up with. Basically, it's delicious, and we just came up with that name. So it's not a franchise, no.
So this is, I thought, son of a gun. I misread it. This is a one and only store?
Yes.
And you're
there are a lot of similar concepts, given that it's a frozen yogurt. But as far as the store-wise, yes, it is the only one.
I saw that. I had a reaction to the business plan. I thought it was being sent out by the Holy City somewhere, and you had to abide by their formula approach. You know, the store that's in there now, it's reasonably casual, friendly kind of place. I was just wondering about, I thought there was some corporate order that you had to wear these uniforms.
No, that's all designed by a graphic designer.
And you have the freedom to change if you need to?
Yes.
Thank you.
Were they just, can I just follow up for a second? Were they just examples of what you're thinking about doing, or is this the actual?
Well, graphic designer designed the logos, you know, the words and the image that was going to be on the apron, recycled and all that was designed.
So is the answer yes? Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Michichi.
Yeah, it appears that what your statement that you're unique and one of a kind stems from the fact that the nutritional value of this yogurt is different than other yogurts in town. Is that the correct statement?
That's a correct statement. In this town, yes.
Excuse me?
In this Los Gatos town, yes.
In this area we're talking about, right? So when Commissioner Bourgeois spoke about saturating the area, you don't feel you're saturating because you've got something separate here, something different. Yes. Is that correct?
Yes.
If a store like TCBY, I think is the name of it, were to add this feature,
well, our understanding.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
Would you be an objection in that?
Our understanding of TCBY, yes, they advertise frozen yogurt, which is a traditional frozen yogurt, knowing that TCBY is a well-known franchise, that we have an access to their ingredients, that it is a creamy traditional frozen yogurt. On top of that, the current TCBY on North Santa Cruz Street, they, in addition to frozen yogurt, or the advertisements that is dedicated to frozen yogurt, at least on the front door, they also, advertise Mrs. Fields cookies. They also have a lot of fruit juices or, like in a factory manufactured fruit juices in a container. So other than the frozen yogurt, I don't think we have any other items that are conflicting with that store. And what we're proposing in here in that frozen
Excuse me,
yogurt is...
that wasn't my question. My question was if they were to add a nutritional yogurt to their menu, would you feel that an objection to that?
If they add, if they purchase the softener and starts to serve the same frozen yogurt with the idea of serving the fruit toppings, just like what we're kind of showing you as a visual image, yes, we may.
Okay.
Okay, good, just for a motion to extend our meeting time? So moved. Okay, could I have second and, all right. I love it. Okay, so how many vote in favor? Okay, all right, I'm going to call the motion. In favor of extending the meeting past 11:30? Aye. Opposed? None. Okay.
I want to make a motion.
Yes.
I want to move to approve the application. I want to say, approving it, I don't believe that we have a basis.
But
Pardon me.
one other thing,
You're still open.
we're still open.
Oh, because there's no-
Well, there is. We have a card. I have a speaker card.
Oh, you do? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a speaker
I'll
card.
withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. All right.
These comments regarding, so let me just make this comment then. The questions that have been asked so far, I want to clarify, because I don't think we can say to somebody, gee whiz, there's a lot of yogurt in town. This is not a chain store. It's consistent with everything. If you don't, if you wouldn't do this, that's fine. But I don't see any basis upon which we can say, oh my gosh, there are a lot of ice cream and yogurt places. So I just wanted to get that out, because if there is some reason to be able to do that, I'd like to hear what it is.
If they were out of balance, we could, but they're not.
And Commissioners, I'm going to tell you that there's also a desk item on this that was here tonight when you came in. Did you all have a chance to read that? I'm sorry to be reminding you of it now. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. And so I'd like to call up Jamie Kim. Is that right? Yes.
Hi, my name is Jamie Kim, and I'm from 13 North Santa Cruz Avenue, TCBY, representing my parents, who's the owner of a TCBY store. It's actually my second time.
Excuse me, can you move the mic right near you? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
You can hold it if you want.
Okay. It's my second time representing my parents at the hearing. First time was last December at a appeal case of Powell Candy Shop, and today is. However, today is a little bit different. I feel different emotion because I'm here to ask of you to protect our business by regulating the permit for yogurt business for new shop. I have prepared the preach, but I feel so nervous now. No, why.
That's all right. We're with you.
Okay. No one else is here, but
just us.
To get straight into the point, we're here to request the Planning Commission to consider regulating permit to sell frozen yogurt product for the new store. In this case, Cafe de Latte, and in the future, other possible business. As of now, there are already 5 businesses that serve frozen treats, not even counting restaurants selling ice cream in their dessert menu. With opening of the 5th store, which is Powell Candy Shop, selling gelato last July, it has affected our business very much. Our sales has gone down over 30%, and we just had a long winter season of negative revenue.
But we were still hopeful that in this spring, coming spring and summer season, we'll be able to make up for the loss and continue our business to serve the customers and community, and also continue being part of this historical town as the TCBY store has been for past 16 years. But when we heard of this new business coming in, we actually found out just last Thursday, we were devastated. Having another frozen yogurt shop within 1 block from our location selling the basically same product will hurt our business even more. But not only our store, but also other frozen treat shops in downtown. I am not being skeptical or pessimistic, but it is clear that it will be very difficult for us to make up for the rent and other operation expense, therefore unable to sustain our business any further. There are only so much we can do to make up for the loss. My parents are already working every day, many hours, so they can save money on the payroll, and they are using their own savings to maintain the business. Competition is good for the customers and also for the businesses, as they would motivate them to continue to make improvement in their service and quality of their business, but it only works when it is balanced. Only when businesses are capable of pursuing better their business, both financially and resourcefully, without compromising the quality of their product and service, it would benefit both customer and the business. In this case, it is not balanced. There are just too many frozen sweet treat shops in this small downtown, especially on the Santa Cruz Avenue around the main street. Really, how many ice cream stores does a block of downtown need? TCBY has been a part of town's history for past 16 years. I believe it is one of the oldest business in the downtown, and we are proud to be part of it. It has been the place where a whole family can come in for yummy yogurt, for young people to hang out, and older to come and relax and enjoy the yogurt.
Excuse me, I'm going to just hurry you along if you don't mind.
Yeah, I have only a couple more lines. We hope to continue to be the part of this town of Los Gatos for many years to come to serve the customer and the community. So please consider helping and protecting existing business by regulating permits to sell similar items. In this case, regulating permit to sell frozen yogurt product for Cafe de Latte. By no means we're denying their coming into the town, but it's just the product they're selling, and they insist it's a unique, different yogurt, but to people, it's just ice cream.
Okay. Let's, Commissioner Kane, do you have a question?
I have a question for staff. Mr. Suda, it carries on what Commissioner O'Donnell was saying, but what we're being asked to do, I was wondering if you could comment to the speaker. I don't think we have the authority to make that kind of policy.
You do not have the ability to regulate market share or regulate business. What you have before you is a land use decision, and needs to be based on the general plan and the town code. And that's what will ultimately guide your decision tonight, will be those land use policies, right, not the marketplace.
Okay, thank you.
Do you understand? I just wanted to ask the applicant, do you understand that?
Yes, I do, but I know it's ultimately your decision to review the business plan and grant the permit or not. And it would really affect the existing business to whether they can sustain or not.
Commissioner Machichi.
I'm very familiar with I'm very familiar with your store. In fact, my children love to go there to get cookies from Mrs. Field. Does TCBY allow you to add products to the line, or do you have to? Are you compelled to use what they give you?
We have very strict guideline by the franchise, and even to the ingredients or even to the amount of serving, everything is
dictated by the
franchise. And even we want to make a different modification or improvements to the store, but it is also regulated. So it is. We cannot compete with privately owned stores where they could use graphic designer to design their uniform or whatever they can do. So
And if you looked at the nutritional value list that they have on theirs, did you see this report?
Well, I didn't have a chance to look at it until just a few hours ago, right outside.
So do you know if you have any product that matches their nutritional?
Oh, yes. Actually, TCBY as franchise, they guarantee their product and the quality of their product. And we do serve no sugar, non-fat yogurt, and variety of flavors. We have tart yogurt. We have sweet yogurt.
So you feel you have a competitive product to them?
Yes.
An equal product to them?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and you've been in the town for how long?
My parents took over the store about a year and a half ago.
Sympathize.
Thank you very much, for the store has been here for
16
years. Yes, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And I'd like to call the applicant back up. For a rebuttal, if you want. If not, it's fine. You don't have to say anything.
Well, I just have a couple, I guess, lines to say. Obviously, we're not here to add another competition. We feel like it's a different product, different item. And as you can see, we felt like there is a demand in the neighborhood because there are obviously 50 people, that's 50 people is what we're giving you, but they're a mixture of residents of Los Gatos town and also the business owners, and you can indicate them by their business name and their address. And we felt like that's an evidence that there is more demand for new kind of low-fat frozen yogurt, more healthier product.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? I have a question. Are you planning on serving anything besides the ice cream, such as cookies, sandwiches? No, nothing. Okay.
No.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to have you sit down, and commissioners, discussion, questions.
So you close the public hearing?
Oh, yes, I'm closing the public hearing. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, questions, discussion. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yeah, I just want to, at least from my understanding, make it quite clear, because I'm very sympathetic with what TCBY people are saying, but I don't know that you understand what our authority is. You were told it's a land use decision. We cannot regulate whether there are 2 or 10, at least to my knowledge, we can't. So we are making a land use decision only. Whether, after hearing what you're saying about how hard business is, which I believe you, it is a wise decision to do what they're doing, is nothing. We can't tell people how to run their business. So I just want that to be clear, because we're not trying to hurt your business, and hopefully they're not trying to hurt your business, but that's not the point. In any event, I would like to make a motion that I feel we're constrained to make, and that motion would be to approve the conditional use permit, and the findings would be that it is exempt under CEQA, that it is a justified, it's desirable for public convenience or welfare, will not impair the integrity or character of the zone, would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare, and the use is in harmony with the various elements and objectives of the general plan and the purposes of the town code. The proposed project is consistent with the redevelopment plan for Central Los Gatos redevelopment project area. So that's the motion. Thank you.
We have a motion in front of us. Do I have a second? Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Machici. Discussion? I'm sitting here not knowing how I feel about it, because I do feel that there's a cluster of ice cream establishments. On the other hand, okay, and I'll get to you, can I just say this one thing? On the other hand, I feel that the location of this shop is actually almost in another neighborhood, and it does serve people that it may not, that come upon it. I mean, I know how I always felt when I was using it as Cafe Rouge, or before that, the coffee store that was there. So, I don't know, I'm sitting somewhere there, whatever that means. Commissioner Bourgeois and then Commissioner Sayoc.
I am going to support the motion, but I do think that as a land use decision, we do have the ability, if we think there's an over-concentration of a use, then we can make the decision based on that. I am torn on this one. I'm very sympathetic to the existing businesses. We've had this discussion numerous times. We've had it for Powell's. We've had it for Cold Stone Creamery. I mean, this issue has been talked to death on this block. But the bottom line for this parcel, for this property, we're going from coffee and wine to coffee and yogurt. And they're giving up their alcohol and tea. And they're reducing their hours. I mean, I can't see voting against this applicant, but I do think that use is a concern to me in that district.
Commissioner Kane.
I expect I'll be supporting the motion, but I would ask again to Mr. Suda, Randy, we have one here, we have one there, we have one. When planning has the sense that we have one here and one, when you start to get concerned, when you first hear the protest from a merchant, maybe then we could do a market study, a saturation study, because what we don't want to do is add to what critical mass and bring in a sixth one and they all fail. I'm just thinking when we hear the hinges get rusty, when you hear something out there, when you hear a protest, maybe we should do a market study or determine that we're approaching a saturation point and we do need to be careful. And that we can rule on. But it's not in this report, so I'm assuming it's not relevant. But I would say that we're getting close to that point of relevance if a merchant is losing 30% and having trouble surviving.
But Commissioner Kane, I don't think we can rule on market, what the market.
We rule on anything deleterious to the town.
But
If all
it's
six
more
of them are going to
effective
fail,
than
I'd rule on it.
what we do rule on is the land use.
Well, what I think the commissioner, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The commissioner seems to be raising is a larger policy question here that goes beyond this particular application. What I would suggest is, given this trend that we're seeing in the downtown, if it is a trend, that we raise this in our discussion with the council at the upcoming retreat.
Since I haven't been recognized yet?
Yeah,
I'd like to-
wait a minute, wait, just one second. And I wanted to get back on this for a second. And how would can we do that after we vote on this motion? Make sure, I would like to capture that, so it's not
You can capture
lost.
that after you make the motion.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner
What
Ricci.
I was going to suggest, and we've done this before, as part of this motion, we send a strong recommendation to the council to look at this issue of saturation of any item, since we're being confronted with it long. So I'd like to make it part of the motion that we're sending a recommendation along to the town council.
Could that be,
I think we've done that
be
before.
part of the motion? No, I don't.
We've done it before.
Well, okay. Commissioner O'Donnell?
Before responding to that, let me say this. I think that Commissioner Bourgeois raises a good point. It is a point, you recall when we said that the ice cream place couldn't go into, we voted down the ice cream place at Linden Plaza. We were reversed by the town council on some basis.
Yes.
We felt at that point there was an oversaturation of ice cream places in Los Gatos, and the town council said baloney. Now, why the baloney was, I mean, anybody's guess is as good as mine. I do think that John is correct. At some point, you can say too much is too much. You don't have to get into the economic analysis that Commissioner Kane is getting into, because that really kind of isn't there. We're thinking of the town, and we can say, wait a minute. If everybody wants to sell, ice cream, this isn't a balanced town. If everybody wants to sell sweatshirts, this isn't a balanced town. So that's got nothing to do whether everybody can get rich selling sweatshirts. It's like, do we want to have a town that only sells sweatshirts? So here, I would agree. If you've got every other store is going to sell ice cream or whatever, that's not right. So yes, we could get to a point where there are too many. And to the extent that I suggested otherwise, I was wrong, and I think John's point is well taken. So even though I've made the motion, I would invite anybody to tell me that they really feel within let's say, a 5-block area or 6-block area that we just have too many, and this would be the straw that broke the camel's back, not from an economic standpoint, but from the idea of having balance in our community so that our citizens will want to come downtown. I don't think yogurt shops are going to be destination shopping. So I'm inviting some criticism of my motion.
Would you like to go before me, Commissioner Machici?
Yeah, I'd like to change
I have a
my comment before and say that I'm against the motion. I think Commissioner O'Donnell has presented a good case for us challenging the existing policy.
And I will weigh in with two things, or three things. One is, Commissioner O'Donnell, when you referred to the ice cream store at Linden, that was Cold Stone, and one of the reasons that the commission did turn it down was because it was a franchise whose other store was less than a mile away from it, and there was that policy that they couldn't have two stores within a mile of each other. That's the franchise policy. And there was also, when we had the American Apparel here, it was for another T-shirt store, and we had a lot of T-shirts. We do have a lot of T-shirts, or stores that sell T-shirts. So, you know, I was on the fence before. I don't think I am now on this. I mean, I think the plan that they presented, I was impressed with it. I don't think we can do any kind of market analysis as far as economics are concerned on this, but I do think we can do land use policy. I think this is going to, it does lean toward over-concentration in that very small area, plus the idea of other restaurants. So I'm probably not going to support the motion.
I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Excuse me. I'm going to withdraw my second.
Okay.
Wait a minute, let's withdraw the motion, and we're withdrawing the second. Okay, Commissioner.
But in withdrawing, let me explain. I still tend to think that from a legal standpoint, the motion is probably well taken. But I do think from a town planning standpoint, how many is enough and how many is too much? And I can tell you from living here that there is no shortage of ice cream or yogurt.
Yep.
In fact, if anything, there are too many. So having been reminded of the saturation issue, I would be, I just don't want to make that motion, so I'm withdrawing it.
Right, okay. And Commissioner Machici, let's reflect, also withdrew his motion. I would tend to agree with you, Tom, and or Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Machici, and also adding into that, it's also yogurt plus coffee plus teas, which we have those stores as well. So, Commissioner Sayoc, you had a comment?
Well, the motion has been withdrawn, so I guess I'm not. I was going to say that I was not going to support the motion. Instead, how about I throw out a motion?
Hey, Commissioner Sayoc,
I
you
move
like it.
to deny the application because of the general plan states that we should provide a mix of commercial and industrial land uses to maintain a full-service town, and I don't believe that the proposed use, I believe the proposed use will create a disbalance to an already oversaturated market.
Okay, we have a motion for denial due to oversaturation, seconded by Commissioner Machici. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Machici.
I withdrew.
I'm going to call for the, unless I have somebody with a burning desire to say anything, I'm going to call for the motion. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. So it's two nays and 4 ayes. So motion passes.
Just note for the record, Commissioners Bourgeois and Kane were in opposition. Appeal rights, this decision is appealable to the Town Council. The decision must be appealed within 10 days, and appeal forms are available upstairs at the Town Clerk's office.
Okay. Okay, Commissioners, we are at the end of our meeting tonight, unless Mr. Suda has something that is burning to tell us. I don't think, seeing none, I will adjourn the meeting then. And thank you, Commissioners, for your work. Brilliant.